Chapter 18 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 18. Treachery. Next morning at breakfast, about 4 o'clock, Code told his crew the situation. He knew his men thoroughly and had been friends with most of them all his life. "There's likely to be trouble, and I may be taken away, but if that happens, Pete will tell you what to do. Don't sight Swallowtail until your salt is all wet. Bring home a topping load, and you'll share topping." Code did not go out that morning. Instead, he tried to shake off his troubles long enough to study the fish, which was his job on the Charming Lass. While not a Bijonah Tanner, Code bade fair to be his equal at Bijonah's age. He came of a father with an instinct for fish, and he had inherited that instinct fully. Under Jasper he had learned much, but it was another matter to have someone on hand to read the signs, rather than being cast upon his own resources. The fish, from the trawl line and Pete's reports of dory work, had been running rather big. This pleased him, but he knew it could not last, and he sat with his old chart spread out before him on the deck, a chart edged with his father's valuable penciled notes. Suddenly, while in the almost subconscious state that he achieved when very fishy, the persistent voice of the cook broke through the wall of unconsciousness. "Smoke on the port quarter, skipper! Smoke on the port quarter, skipper!" The phrase came with persistent repetition until Code was fully alive to its meaning and glanced over his left shoulder. About the line of dark blue that was the ocean, and in the light blue that was the sky, was etched a tree-shaped brown smudge. Steamer smudges were not an unusual sight, for not 50 miles east was the northern track of the great ocean steamers, a track which they were gradually approaching as they made their berths. But a steamer smudge over the port quarter, with the Lass's bow headed due north, was an entirely different thing. Code went below and brought up an ancient firearm. This he discharged while the cook ran a trawl tub to the truck. It was the prearranged signal for Pete Ellinwood to come in. As Code waited he had no doubt that smoke was from a revenue cutter or cruiser from Halifax with his arrest warrant. There was a stiff westerly breeze, and Code, glancing up at the cloud formations, saw that there would be a beautiful racing half gale on by noon. "What a chance to run for it!" he thought, but resolutely put the idea from his mind. Pete came in with a scowl on his face, cursing everything under the sun, and especially a fisherman's life. When told of the smoke smudge he evinced comparatively little interest. "We'll find out what she is when she gets here. What I'd like to know is, what's the matter with our bait?" "Bait gone wrong again?" asked Code anxiously, his brows knitting. "That stuff in the trawl wasn't the only bad bait, then." "No. Everybody's complainin' this mornin'. Not only can't catch fish, but you can't hardly string the stuff on the hooks. And that ain't all. It has a funny smell that I never found in any other clam bait I ever used." "Why, what's the matter with your hands, Pete?" cried Code, pointing. Ellinwood had removed his nippers, and the skin of his fingers and palms was a queer white and beginning to shred off as if immersed long in hot water. "By the great Seine!" rumbled the mate, looking at his hands in consternation. Code made a trumpet of his hands. "Here, cookee, roll up a tub of that bait lively. I want to look at it. And fetch the hammer." A suspicion based upon a long forgotten fact had suddenly leaped into his mind. When the cook hove the tub of bait on deck, Code knocked off the top boards with the hammer and dipped up a handful of the clams. Instead of the firm, fat shellfish that should have been in the clean brine, he found them loose and rotten. This time he himself detected a faint acrid odor, quite different from the usual clean, salty smell. Again he dipped to make sure the whole tub was ruined. Then he looked at Ellinwood in despair. "It's acid, Pete," he said. "My father told me about this sort of thing being done sometimes in a close race among bankers for the last load of fish. If they're all like this, we're done for until we can get more." Ellinwood looked at him in amazement, his jaw sagging. "Well, who in thunder would do this?" Code laughed bitterly. "There's only one man I can think of, and that is the fellow who got my motor dory under false pretenses. You remember how he made the cook and the boy help him get it over the side? Well, her gasoline tank was full and her batteries new. She was ready to go 200 miles on a minute's notice." "But why should he do that?" "Oh, think, Pete, think! Don't you remember? He's one of the men I went up to Castalia to get, the time that lawyer came to Freekirk Head. And he's the only man in the whole crew I don't know well. I see it all now. He sent me a note the night before asking to ship on the Lass, and I went to get him before any of the other skippers got wind of it. You don't suppose he did this thing on his own account, do you?" "Easy, skipper, easy. What's he got against you?" "He's got nothing against me," cried Code passionately. "But he is working for the man who has. Do you think that stupid ox would have sense enough to work a scheme like this? Never. Nat Burns is behind this, and I'll bet my schooner on it." Schofield dumped the bait tub over the deck and rolled it around, examining it. Suddenly he stopped and peered closely. "Look here!" he cried. "Here's proof!" With a splitting knife that he snatched out of a cleat, he pried loose a tiny plug in one of the bottom boards that had been replaced so carefully that it almost defied detection. "The whole thing is simple enough. He turned the tub upside down, cut out this plug, and inserted the acid. Then he refitted the plug and set it right side up again. It's as plain as the nose on your face." "By thunder, I believe you're right, skipper," said Ellinwood solemnly. "The dirty dog! Cookie, run that tub up to the truck again. We'll have to call the men in on this." "Oh, he was foxy, that one," said Code bitterly. "Going out in the fog that way so all hands would think he was lost. I never remembered until this minute that the motor dory could be run. I guess she went all right, and that scoundrel is ashore by this time." "Had a bad name in Castalia, didn't he?" "Oh, a little more or less that I heard of. But what's that in a fisherman? When the men come in, have them go through all the bait." Pete fired the old rifle, and the crew at work began to pull in through the choppy sea. "Hello!" cried the mate, looking behind him. "There's something going to be doing here in a minute. It's the cutter from Halifax, all right." Code, his former danger forgotten for the time, glanced up. The smudge of smoke had quickly resolved itself into a stubby, gray steam vessel with a few bright brass guns forward and a black cloud belching from her funnel. She was still some 5 miles away, but apparently coming at top speed. 3 miles before her, with all sails set, including staysail and balloon job, raced a fishing schooner. There was a fresh 10-knot wind blowing a little south of west, a wind that favored the schooner, and she was putting her best foot forward, taking the green water over her bows in a smother of foam. "Heavens! Look at her go!" The exclamation was one of pure delight in the speed. "Maybe she's an American that's been caught inside the 3-mile limit and is pulling away from the gunboat," remarked Pete. That she was pulling away there was little doubt. In the 15 minutes that elapsed after her discovery, she had widened the gap between herself and her pursuer. She was now within a mile of the Lass. "Why doesn't she shoot?" As Code spoke, a puff of white smoke thrust out from the blunt bows of the cutter, and the ball ricocheted from wave top to wave top to fall half a mile astern of the schooner. "Out of range now, and if the wind holds, she'll be out of sight by nightfall," said Pete, who was moved to great excitement and enthusiasm by the contest. "Wonder who she is?" He plunged down the companionway to the cabin and emerged a moment later with Code's powerful glasses. But Code did not need any glasses to tell him who she was. His eye had picked out her points before this, and the only thing that interested him was the fact that her wireless was down. It was the mysterious schooner. He had never seen her equal for traveling, and he knew that she must be making a good 14 knots, for the cutter was capable of 12. She had reached her closest point of contact with Code's vessel and had begun to bear away when Pete leveled his glasses. It was on Schofield's tongue to reveal the identity of the pursued when Ellinwood yelled, "Good heavens! Skipper! She has Charming Lass printed in new gold letters under her counter." "What?" "As I live, Code, Charming Lass, as plain as day. What's happening here today? What is this?" Code snatched the glasses from Pete's hand and then leveled them, trembling, at the flying schooner. For a time the foam and whirl of her wake obscured matters, but all at once, as she plunged down into a great hollow between waves, her stern came clear and pointed to heaven. There, in bright letters that glinted in the sun and were easily visible at a much greater distance, was printed the name Charming Lass of Freekirk Head. "No wonder she's going!" yelled Pete, almost beside himself with excitement. "No wonder she's going! But let her go! More power to her! Yeah!" Code stood with the glasses to his eyes and watched the mysterious schooner and the pursuing vessel disappear. End of chapter 18. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 19 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 19. Ellinwood Takes a Hand. There were two things for Code to do. One was to sail north into Placentia Bay, Newfoundland, set seines, and catch the herring that were then schooling. The other was to run 60 miles or so northeast to St. Pierre, Miquelon, and buy bait. Under ordinary circumstances he would not have hesitated. It would have been Placentia Bay without question. But his situation was now decidedly out of the ordinary. He was in a hurry to fill his hold with cod before the other men out of Freekirk Head. First, for the larger prices he would get, and secondly, because he yearned to come to grapples with Nat Burns. To seine for herring would lose him upward of a week. To buy it would take less than 3 days, including the round trip to St. Pierre. But the money? Code knew that in the French island herring seldom went below $3 a barrel, and that the smallest amount he ought to buy would be 25 barrels. Later on, if the fishing was good, he might send out a party to set the seines, but not now. He must buy. But the money! Then he thought of the packet of money Elsa Mallaby had sent him. The cash was meant for any sailor who came to need it. And the men with him were willing to fight to the last ditch, and to take their lot ungrumblingly, as fishermen early learned to do. If he starved, they starved. So he decided he would not hesitate to use Elsa's money when a dozen men and their families were dependent upon him and the success of the cruise. Thus the matter was settled and the order roared down the decks. "Set every stitch for St. Pierre. We're going to bait up there. Lively now!" St. Pierre Miquelon is one of the quaintest towns in all of picturesque French Canada. It is on the island of the same name (there are 3 Miquelon islands), which is in itself a bold chunk of granite sticking up out of the ocean at a distance of some 10 miles southwest of May Point, Newfoundland. Rough and craggy, with few trees, sparse vegetation, and a very thin coating of soil, there is no agriculture, and the whole glory of the island is centered in the roaring city on its southeast side. It is a strange city, lost in the midst of busy, up-to-date Canada, with French roofs, narrow, tilting streets, and ever the smell of fish. There is a good harbor, and there are wharfs where black-faced men with blue stockings, caps, and gold earrings chatter the patois and smoke their pipes. In the busy time of year there are 10,000 men in the town, and it is a scene of constant revelry and wildness. The Charming Lass touched the port at the height of its season, early September, and because of the shallowness of the harbor close in, anchored in the bay amid a crowd of old high-pooped schooners, filled with noisy, happy Frenchmen. There were other nationalities, too, in the cosmopolitan bay, Americans setting a new spar or Nova Scotians in on a good time. The Charming Lass cast her anchor shortly before 6 o'clock, having made the run in 5½ hours with a good breeze behind. Code and Ellinwood immediately went over the side in the brown dory of the mate and pulled for the Custom House wharf. The rest of the crew were forbidden off the decks, except to sleep under them, for it was intended, as soon as the bait was lighted aboard, to make sail to the Banks again. The bait industry in St. Pierre is one more or less open to examination. It is the delight of certain French dealers to go inside the English 3-mile limit, load their vessels with barrels of herring, and return to St. Pierre. Here they sell them at magnificent profit to Frenchmen, Englishmen, and Americans. And as the British coat of arms is not stamped on herring at birth, no one can prove that they were not legally procured. But let a Canadian revenue cutter catch a Frenchman, or American either, for that matter, dipping herring in any out-of-the-way inlet, and the owner not only pays a heavy fine, but he often loses his schooner and his men go to jail for trying to hoist sail and escape at the last minute. Code had not reached shore before he had been accosted by fully half a dozen of these bait pirates. But he passed them, and tying his dory at the wharf, went up on the street to a legitimate firm. Immediately the business was finished, Code and Pete Ellinwood started back to the wharf. The main street was ablaze with lights. Cafés, saloons, music halls, catchpenny places, in fact, Every device known to separate sailors from their wages was in operation. The sidewalks were crowded with men, jabbering madly in their different dialects of their home provinces, for many come here from France yearly. "Queer lot, these frog eaters," said Pete, going into the street so as to avoid a thick, pushing crowd. "Yes, they would come to a knifing over a count of fish, and yet give their schooners to a friend in trouble. Too bad they ain't better fishermen." "Yeah, ain't it?" Among Canadians and Americans the Frenchmen are held in contempt on account of their hooks, which are of soft metal and can be rebent and used again. The fish often get away with them, however, and these hidden hooks slit many a finger in dressing down. The two comrades loitered along, watching the changing crowds, gay with their colored caps and scarfs. Some men were already in liquor, and all seemed to be headed in that general direction. Suddenly, as Code was about to urge Pete along, he gave an exclamation and stopped short. "What's the matter, skipper?" "I wonder where he is now." Code's eyes were searching the crowd. "I saw him right over there." He pointed to a certain spot. "Who? What? Are you crazy, Code?" "Arry Duncan, the traitor that ruined our bait. I'd have sworn I saw him. It came all of a sudden and went away again. But I guess it couldn't have been anything but a close resemblance." He laughed nervously. "Gave me the creeps for a minute, though." "Lord!" shivered Pete, who had all the superstitions of the sea at his fingers' ends. "Maybe he's chasing us around for wrongly accusing him. They do that sometimes, you know. He's probably dead, and that's his sperrit hauntin' us." "Oh, rot, Pete!" growled Code in his most forcible manner. "Come along now, or you'll be sidling into one of these doors, and the Lass won't get out of port for a week." "My soul and body! Look at that Frenchie! Biggest I ever saw, Code." They had returned to the sidewalk, and Pete forgot that he himself rose fully as high above the crowds as this stranger. In fact, nearly every one turned to take a look at the huge islander, who, in reality, stood 6'4", barefoot. They were pushing down street against the tide and making rather heavy going of it. Code maneuvered so as to pass well to leeward of the big man who, he could see plainly, was just tipsy. But somehow the eyes of the two giants met, and the Frenchman seemed to crush his way through the crowd in Ellinwood's direction. "Come on, Pete. Get out of here before there's any trouble," commanded Code. He knew the mate's weakness for fighting. The big Frenchman, who wore tremendous earrings, a bright scarlet cap with a blue tuft, and a gay sash, lurched through the crowd and against Pete Ellinwood with a malice only too plain. But his effort was attended with failure. Not only did Pete stand like a rock, but he thrust the other violently back with his shoulder, so that he recoiled upon those behind him, earning their loud-voiced curses. "Mille tonnerres!" bellowed the Frenchman. "You insult me, cochon Canadien! Canadian pig! The half of sidewalk is mine, eh? You push me off, eh? You fight, eh?" Code urged Ellinwood along and interceded personally, knowing that the big man would not touch him. But the Frenchman would not be appeased. He was just drunk enough to become obsessed with the ugly idea that Pete had laid a trap to insult him, and, regardless of Code, kept after the mate. By this time, of course, a huge crowd had gathered and was following Pete's retreat, yelling to both men to fight it out. Many of the mob knew a few English words, and their taunts reached Ellinwood's ears. He and Code had not entreated a block before the mate suddenly swung around on his tormentors. "I won't stand for that, Code. Did you hear what that big devil called me?" he demanded. "What do you care what he called you? Get along to the ship. What chance have we got with these men?" Code grabbed Pete's arm and kept him moving away. Beneath his hand he could feel the muscles as hard as iron. But every foot the Canadians retreated brought the big Frenchman nearer, bawling with triumph. At an opportune moment, so close was the press, he slipped his foot between Ellinwood's legs and gave him a push. Pete stumbled, almost fell, and recovered himself, raging. "Get back, you!" he bawled, sending half a dozen men spinning with sweeps of his great arms. "I'll fight this Frenchie. Just let me at him." Code saw the rage in Pete's eyes and recognized that he could do nothing more to avert the trouble. His part would have to be confined to seeing that his man got a fair deal. He and Pete were unarmed except for their huge clasp knives, much better kept out of sight under the circumstances. The crowd fell back, and the two giants stripped off their coats and shirts. The Frenchman danced up and down, beating his great fists together in a fine frenzy, but Pete, half crouched, stepped forward on his toes, his hands hanging loose and ready at his sides. "Allez, donc!" It was the starting word, and Jean leaped in. Pete met him with a crashing right to the ribs and dodged out of reach of the clutching hands that reached for his throat. They circled around a moment, and again the Frenchman came, this time in one great leap. On the instant Ellinwood jumped in to meet him. There was a swift flying of arms, a pounding of the great fists, and Pete suddenly shot back from the mêlée and landed on his back in the dirt. One of the Frenchman's great swings had landed. But he was up in an instant and went after his opponent again. Jean saw now that he had another man to deal with. Unlike a Frenchman, an Anglo-Saxon cannot fight without sufficient provocation. Now all the battle was aroused in Ellinwood, for aside from the shame of his downfall, the crowd was yelling at the top of its voice. Jean began to run away, circling round and round the ring of spectators, Pete after him. Suddenly he made a stand, but the mate was ready for him. Dodging the straight left, Pete hurled himself forward and seized the burly Frenchman in his arms. Then, with a tug and a wrench, as though he were uprooting a tree, he lifted his opponent and crashed him down to the earth. Jean, stunned, and with a broken arm, sought to get up. He gained his feet and, game to the last, staggered toward Ellinwood. Pete started to run in again, but some one on the edge of the crowd thrust a foot out and the big islander stumbled. Code saw the man who interfered, and, his blood boiling, leaped for him. At the same instant there came a cry of "Police! Police!" But Code did not hesitate. He plunged into the crowd after his man, and in an instant found himself surrounded and fighting the whole mob. For a moment it lasted. There was a rain of heavy blows that blinded him, and then something that was hard and dull struck him on the head. Everything began to whirl, and he found he could not lift his arms. Dimly he heard a voice near him shout, "This way!" in English, and felt himself gathered up by men and borne swiftly away. Then consciousness left him. End of chapter 19. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 20 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 20. Among the Home Folks. The village of Freekirk Head was a changed place. No longer of early mornings did the resounding pop, pop of motor dories ring back from the rocks and headland as the trawlers and handliners put to sea. No longer did the groups of weary fishermen gather on the store steps for an evening pipe and chat or the young bloods chuck horseshoes at the foot of the chapel hill. It was a village of women. True, Squire Hardy, being too old to fish, had remained at home, and Bill Boughton, who was completing details for the immediate and profitable sale of the season's catch, was behind the counter of his general store. He dealt out supplies to the women and children, and wrote down against their father's shares the amount of credit extended. But others, day after day, found nothing set against them, and this was due to the promise of help that Elsa Mallaby kept. "It's useless to charge supplies to those who have nothing now with the idea of getting it back from their fishing profits," she said. "What they earn will just about pay for it, and then there they are back where they started, with nothing. Better let me pay for everything until the men get back. Then they will have something definite ahead to go on." No one but Adelbert Bysshe, the rector, Bill Boughton, and Elsa Mallaby herself knew exactly how much she paid out weekly toward the maintenance of the village. But all knew it to be an enormous sum, as reckoned on the island, and daily the worship of Hard Luck Jim's widow grew, until she occupied a place in Freekirk Head parallel to a patron saint of the Middle Ages. But Elsa Mallaby was intensely human, and no one knew it better than herself, as one late afternoon she sat at her mahogany table, looking absently over the stubs in her check-book. She saw that she had disbursed a great deal of money, more, perhaps, than she would have under any other circumstances, but she frankly acknowledged that she did not mind that, if only she achieved the end toward which she was working. For Elsa, more than any one on Grande Mignon, was a person of ways and means. She was one of those women who seem to find nothing in self-communion. Hers was a nature destined for light and gaiety and happiness. To sit in a splendid palace and mope over what had happened was among the last things she cared to contemplate. Being of the pure Grande Mignon stock, she looked no farther for a husband than among the men of Freekirk Head, good, honest, able men, all of them. And her eye fell with favor upon Captain Code Schofield of the schooner Charming Lass, old schoolfellow, playmate, and lifelong friend. The money she had mailed to him had only been an excuse to write a letter. The favors to Ma Schofield were, in great part, to help further her plan. The whole business of helping support Freekirk Head was a flash of dramatic display, calculated to bring her ineradicably before Code's eyes, and everyone else's. As she sat near the window and saw the sunset glow die over the mountain ridge, she asked herself what she had achieved. Apparently very little. She felt the futility of human endeavor and desire. To her knowledge, Code was in love with nobody, although rumor had for years linked his name with Nellie Tanner's. That was exploded now, for Nellie was engaged to Nat Burns. Why did he not respond? Slowly her smile returned. He would respond when he had heard certain other things. Then he would forget anyone else but her, if there was anyone else. Her heart leaped at the thought. As it became dark, she rang the bell. "Light the candles in the drawing room," she said to the servant who entered. "You remember that Mrs. Tanner is coming for dinner." "Yes, madam." "Very well, that is all." The servant withdrew. There was nothing unusual in the fact of Mrs. Tanner coming for dinner in the evening to the big house. Elsa simply could not eat all her meals alone, and her old friends at the village were constantly receiving invitations. Mrs. Tanner arrived at 6:30. It was her first visit since the departure of the fleet several weeks before, and there was plenty to talk about. But Ma Tanner wisely reserved her conversation until after the meal, for the victuals of Mallaby House were famous the whole length of the New Brunswick coast. Afterward, when they had retired to Elsa's pink and gray boudoir, the eternal envy of Grande Mignon womanhood, the talk flowed freely. "It's this way, Elsa," declared Ma confidentially. "I think Nellie is pretty well took care of. Now, young Nat Burns, as you know, is pretty well off, as the sayin' goes on the island. He really wouldn't have to fish if he didn't want to. His father didn't neglect him when his time come." Ma Tanner did not see the change in Elsa's expression. The pupils of her magnificent black eyes expanded, and the delicate brows drew together over the bridge of her nose. The close mouth, with its ugly set, would not have been recognized by any but lifelong friends. "And Nat's about good as any boy," went on Ma. "Boys is terrible hard to fetch up so they don't disgrace ye and send ye to the grave with gray head 'bowed in, sorter, as the poet says. Nat ain't bad. He speaks sharp to his mother once in a while, but, la! What boy don't? I think he'll treat Nellie right, and be a good man to her." "Ma," said Elsa, and her voice was quiet and intense, as though she were keeping herself well in hand. "That's what everyone thinks about Nat Burns." "Wal," asked the older woman, slightly resentful, "don't you think so?" "What I think has nothing whatever to do with the question. But what I know might have. I don't want Nellie's life ruined, that's all." "Look here, Elsa, what are you drivin' at?" Ma Turner was becoming wrought up. She knew there must be something behind these hints, or Elsa would never venture on such thin ice with her. "Ye bean't by any means jealous of Nellie, be ye?" she asked, peering through her spectacles. "Heavens, no!" cried Elsa, so convincingly that Mrs. Tanner was satisfied once and for all. "Wal, what's all the fuss, then?" "Any girl would ruin her life that threw herself away on Nat Burns. He's got a fine, solid gold case, but his works are very poor indeed, Ma Tanner." "Don't go talkin' educated, or I can't follow ye. D'ye mean he's all show and nothin' in his mind or heart of Christian goodness?" "Yes, I mean that, and I mean more besides. He doesn't stop by being merely not good. He is actively and busily downright bad." "They's several kinds of bad, Elsa Mallaby." "Well, I mean the kind that makes a girl break her engagement and keep it broken, and that drives a man out of a decent village." There was a long and pregnant pause while Ma Turner got everything straight in her mind. "You don't mean that he has—" she inquired, her little mouth a thin, hard line. "Yes, I do. Exactly that. I knew the case myself in this very village before Jim died. There are some men who instinctively take the correct course in a matter of that kind. Others who don't care two pins as long as they get out of it with a whole skin. Nat Burns was that kind." "Then you mean he ought already to be married?" "Yes, or in jail." "Why isn't he?" "It was entirely up to the girl, and she refused to act." "God! My poor Nellie!" The servant knocked, and upon receiving permission to enter, handed Elsa a telegram, evidently just delivered from the village telegraph office. Unconsciously the girl reached into a glass-covered bookcase and drew forth a paper volume. Then she tore open the message and commenced to read it with the aid of the book. Mrs. Tanner did not notice her. She sat staring into the future with a leaden heart. Such a thing as Elsa hinted at was unheard of in Freekirk Head, and she was overwhelmed. Suddenly she asked: "Why do you hate Nat Burns so? You couldn't have told me that if you hadn't hated him." Elsa looked up from her book impatiently, quite oblivious to the wound she had caused. "Because I was very fond of that girl," she said, and went back to the translation of the message. Suddenly she sprang to her feet with a little cry of dismay, and rang the bell. "Annette!" she cried. "Annette!" The maid rushed in, frightened, from the adjoining room. "Tell Charles I am going to St. John's tomorrow, and to have the carriage at the door at 6:30. Pack my steamer trunk immediately. Great guns! Why isn't there a night boat?" The maid flew out of the room, and Elsa, still doubtful, retranslated the message. Mrs. Tanner, taken aback by these sudden activities, rose hurriedly to go. This sudden flurry was inexplicable to her. Since the departure of the fleet, Elsa had not as much as hinted leaving Freekirk Head. Now, in a moment, she was beside herself to go. "I hope it isn't bad news, Elsa," she faltered. "Well, it is, Ma. It is. But only in a business way. A little trip will straighten it up, I think." And she was courteous but indefatigable in hastening the departure of her guest. Chapter 21. of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 21. A Prisoner. When Code Schofield came to himself, his first sensation was one of oppression, such as is felt after sleeping in an unventilated room. It seemed difficult for him to breathe, but his body was quite free and uninjured, as he found by moving himself carefully in all directions before he even opened his eyes. Presently the air became familiar. It was a perfect mixture of flavors: oilskins, stale tobacco smoke, brine, burned grease, tar, and, as a background, fish. His ears almost immediately detected water noises running close by, and he could feel the pull of stout oak timber that formed the inner wall of where he lay. "Fo'c's'le of a fishing schooner," he announced, and then opened his eyes to prove that he was correct. He looked out into a three-cornered room occupied by a three-cornered table, and that ran as far back as the foremast. Above, fastened to a huge square beam, hung a chain lamp so swiveled that it kept itself level however much the schooner kicked and wriggled. On the table, swinging his legs, sat a large, unpleasant-looking man. "Well, how are ye?" asked this latter, seeing his charge had recovered consciousness. Never having seen the man before, Code did not consider it necessary to answer. So he wriggled to find out if any bones were broken, and, in the end, discovered a tender knob on the right side of his head. He soon recalled the visit to St. Pierre, the purchase of the bait, Pete Ellinwood's fight, the general mix-up, and the blow on the head that had finished him. He sat up suddenly. "Look here! What ship is this?" he demanded. "You'll find out soon enough when you go on deck. Hungry? I got orders to feed you." "You bet I'm hungry. Didn't have any dinner last night in St. Pierre." "2 nights ago," said the other, beginning to fry salt pork. "Nigh 36 hours you've laid here like a log." Code doubted it, but did not argue. He was trying to puzzle out the situation. If this was a fishing schooner, the men ought to be over the side fishing, and she would be at anchor. Instead, feeling the long, steady heel to leeward and half recover to windward, he knew she was flying on a course. Breakfast swallowed, he made his way on deck. As he came up the companionway, a man stood leaning against the rail. With a feeling of violent revulsion, Code recognized Nat Burns. A glance at a nearby dory showed the lettering Nettie B., and Schofield at once recognized his position. He was Nat Burns's prisoner. "Mornin'," said Burns curtly. "Thought you were going to sleep forever." "It's a hanging offense putting anyone to sleep that long," retorted Code cheerfully. "Luck was with you, and I woke up." "You're hardly in a position to joke about hanging offenses," remarked Nat venomously. "Why not?" Code had gone a sickly pallor that looked hideous through his tan. "Because you're going home to St. Andrew's to be tried for one." Code glanced over his left shoulder. The sun was there. The schooner was headed almost directly southwest. Nat had spoken the truth. They were headed homeward. "Where's your warrant?" Code could feel his teeth getting on edge with rage as he talked to this captor who bore himself with such insolence. "Don't need a warrant for murder cases, and I'm a constable at Freekirk Head, so everything is being done according to law. The gunboat didn't find you, so I thought, as long as you were right to hand, I'd bring you along." "Then you knew I was in St. Pierre?" "Yes. Saw you come in. If it hadn't been so dark you'd have recognized the Nettie not far away." Code, remembering the time of night they arrived, knew this to be impossible, for it is dark at 6 in September. He had barely been able to make out the lines of the nearest schooners. A man was standing like a statue at the wheel, and as he put the vessel over on the port tack, his face came brightly into the sun. It was Arry Duncan. Code had not been wrong, then, in thinking that he had seen the man's face in St. Pierre. "Fine trader you've got there at the wheel," said Schofield. "He'll do you brown some day." "I don't think so. Just because he did you doesn't prove anything. He was in my employ all the time, and getting real money for his work." "So it was all a plot, huh?" said Code dejectedly. "I give you credit, Burns, for more brains than I ever supposed you had. What's become of Pete Ellinwood and the Lass?" "Pete is back on the schooner, and she's gone out to fish. You needn't worry about them. At the proper time they'll be told you're safe and unhurt." Code said nothing for a while. With hands rammed into his pockets, he stood watching the white and blue sea whirl by. In those few minutes he touched the last depth of failure and despair. For a brief space he was minded to leap overboard. He shivered as one with an ague, and shook off the deadly influence of the idea. Had he no more grit? He asked himself. Had he come this far only to be beaten? Was this insolent young popinjay to win at last? No. Then he listened, for Nat was speaking. "If you give your word of honor not to try and escape, you can have the run of the decks and go anywhere you like on the schooner. If not, you will be locked up and go home a prisoner." It was the last straw, the final piece of humiliation. Code stiffened as a soldier might to rebuke. A deadly, dull anger surged within him and took possession of his whole being, such an anger as can only come to one who, amiable and upright by nature, is driven to inevitable revolt. "Look here, Burns," he said, his voice low, but intense with the emotion that mastered him. "I'll give no word of honor regarding anything. Between you and me there is a lot to be settled. You have almost ruined me, and, by heaven, before I get through with you, you'll rue it. I shall make every attempt to escape from this schooner, and if I do escape, look out. If I do not escape, and you press these charges against me, I'll hunt you down for the rest of my life, or if I go to prison, I will have others do it for me. Now you know what to expect, and you also know that when I say a thing I mean it. Now do what you like with me." Burns looked at Schofield's tense, white face. His eyes encountered those flaming blue ones and dropped sullenly. Whether it was the tremendous force of the threat or whether it was a guilty conscience working, no one but himself knew, but his face grew gradually as pallid as that of his captive. Suddenly he turned away. "Boys," he called to the crew who were working near, "put Schofield in the old storeroom. And one of you watch it all the time. He says he will escape if he can, so I hold you responsible." Code followed the men to a little shanty seemingly erected against the foremast. It was of stout, heavy boards about long enough to allow a cot being set up in it. It had formerly been used for storing provisions and had never been taken down. When the padlock snapped behind him, Code took in his surroundings. There were 2 windows in the little cubby, one looking forward and the other to starboard. Neither was large enough to provide a means of escape, he judged. At the foot of the cot was a plain wooden armchair, both pieces of furniture being screwed to the floor. For exercise there was a strip of bare deck planking, about 6 feet long beside the bed, where he might pace back and forth. Both the cot and the chair appeared to be new. "Had the room all ready for me," said Code to himself. The one remaining piece of furniture was a queer kind of bookshelf nailed against the wall. It was fully 5 feet long and protruded a foot out above his bed. In its 30-odd pigeonholes was jammed a collection of stuff that was evidently the accumulation of years. There were scores of cheap paper-bound novels concerning either high society or great detectives, old tobacco boxes, broken pipes, string, wrapping paper, and all the what not of a general depository. With hours on his hands and nothing whatever to occupy him, Code began to sort over the lurid literature with a view to his entertainment. He hauled a great dusty bundle out of one pigeonhole and found among the novels some dusty exercise books. He inspected them curiously. On the stiff board cover of one was scrawled, "Log Schooner, M. C. Burns. M. C. Burns, Master." The novels were forgotten with the appearance of this old relic. The M. C. Burns was the original Burns schooner when Nat's father was still in the fish business at Freekirk Head. It was the direct predecessor of the Nettie B., which was entirely Nat's. On the death of the elder Burns, when the May Schofield went down, the M. C. Burns had been sold to realize immediate cash, and here was her log. Code looked over pages that were redolent of the events in his boyhood, for Michael was a ready writer and made notes regularly even when the M. C. was not on a voyage. He had spent an hour in this way when he came to this entry on one of the very last pages. June 30th. This day clear with strong east-southeast wind. This day Nat, in the M. C. Burns, raced Code Schofield in the May Schofield from Quoddy Head to moorings in Freekirk Head Harbor. My boy had the worst of it all the way. I never saw such luck as that young Schofield devil has. He won by half an hour. Poor Nat is heartbroken and swore something awful. He says he'll win next time or know why. Just like old man Burns, thought Code. Pities and spoils his rascal of a son, but the boy loved him. Code had not thought of that race in years. How well he remembered it now. There had been money up on both sides, and the rules were that no one in either schooner should be over 20 except the skippers. What satisfaction it had been to give Nat a good trimming in the 50-year-old May. He could still feel an echo of the old proud thrill. He turned back to the log. July 1st. Cloudy this day. Hot. Light southwest breeze. Nat tells me another race will be sailed in just a week. Swears he will win it. Poor boy, what with losing yesterday and Caroline Fuller's leaving the Head to work in Lubec, he is hardly himself. I'm afraid the old M. C. won't show much speed till she is thoroughly overhauled. Note: Steamer May Schofield's policy runs out July 20th. See about this, sure. There was very little pertaining to the next race until the entry for June 6th, 2 days before the event. Then he read: Nat is quite happy. Says he can't lose day after tomorrow. I told him he must have fitted the M. C. with wings, but he only grinned. Take the steamer to St. John tomorrow to look after policies, including May Schofield's. She's so old her rates will have to go up. Won't be back till day after the race, but Nat says he'll telegraph me. Wonder what business that boy's got up his sleeve that makes him so sure he will win. Oh, he's a clever one, that boy. Here the chronicle ended. Little did Michael Burns know he would never write in it again. He went to St. John's, as he had said, and completed his business in time to return home the day of the race instead of the day after. The second race was never sailed, for Code Schofield received a telegram from St. John's offering him a big price for a quick lighterage trip to Grande Mignon, St. John being accidentally out of schooners and the trip urgent. Though loath to lose the race by default, the money offered was too good to pass by, and Code had made the trip and loaded up by nightfall. It was then that he had met Michael Burns, and Burns had expressed his desire to go home in the May so as to watch her actions in the moderate sea and gale. Neither he nor the May ever saw dry land again. Only Code of the whole ship's company struggled ashore on the Wolves, bruised and half dead from exposure. The end of the old log before him was full of poignant tragedy to Code, the tragedy of his own life, for it was the unwritten pages from then on that should have told the story of a fiendishly planned revenge upon him who was totally innocent of any wrong-doing. The easy, weak indulgence of the father had grown a crop of vicious and cruel deeds in the son. End of chapter 21. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 22 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 22. A Recovered Treasure. For 5 days Code yawned or rushed through the greater part of Nat's stock of lurid literature. It was the one thing that kept him from falling into the black pit of brooding. Sometimes he felt as though he must go insane if he allowed himself to think. He had not the courage to tear inside the veil of dull pain that covered his heart and look at the bleeding reality. He was afraid of his own emotions. It was impossible for him to go lower in the scale of physical events. Nat was about to triumph, and Code himself was forced to admit that the triumph was mostly due to Nat's own wits. First he had stolen Nellie Tanner. Code had thought a lot about that ring missing from Nellie's hand. Then he had attached the charming lass in the endeavor to take away from him the very means of his livelihood. Then something had happened. Schofield did not know what it was, but something evidently very serious, for the next thing he knew Nat had crushed his pride and manhood under a brutal and technical charge of murder. But this was not all. His victim escaping him with the schooner and the means of livelihood, Burns had employed a traitor in the crew to poison the bait and force him to come ashore to replenish his tubs. Once ashore, the shanghaiing was not difficult. Code had no doubt whatever that the whole plan, commencing with the disappearance of the man in the motor dory and ending with his abduction from St. Pierre, was part and parcel of the same scheme. In this, his crowning achievement of skill and cunning, Burns had showed himself an admirable plotter, playing upon human nature as he did, to effect his ends. For it was nothing but a realization of Peter Ellinwood's weakness in the matter of his size and fighting ability that resulted in his, Code's, easy capture. Schofield had no shadow of a doubt but that the big Frenchman had been hired to play his part, and that in the howling throng that surrounded the fighters the crew of the Nettie B. were waiting to seize the first opportunity to make the duel a melee and effect their design in the confusion. Their opportunity came when the Frenchman tried to trip Pete Ellinwood after big Jean had fallen and Code rushed into the fray with the ferocity of a wildcat. Someone raised the yell, "Police!" He was surrounded by his enemies, someone rapped him over the head with a blackjack, and the job was done. It was clever business, and despite the helplessness of his position, Code could not but admire the brilliance of such a scheming brain, while at the same time deploring that it was not employed in some legitimate and profitable cause. Now he was in the enemy's hands, and St. Andrews was less than a dozen hours away. St. Andrews, with its jail, its grand jury, and its pen. Life aboard the Nettie B. had been a dead monotony. On the foremast above Code's prison hung the bell that rang the watches, so that the passage of every half hour was dinged into his ears. 3 times a day he was given food, and twice a day he was allowed to pace up and down the deck, a man holding tightly to each arm. The weather had been propitious, with a moderate sea and a good quartering wind. The Nettie had footed it properly, and Code's experienced eye had, on one occasion, seen her log her 12 knots in an hour. The fact had raised his estimation of her 50%. It must not be supposed that, as Code sat in his hard wooden chair, he forgot the diary that he had read the first afternoon of his incarceration. Often he thought of it, and often he drew it out from its place and reread those last entries. "Swears he will win second race. Says he can't lose day after tomorrow. I wonder what the boy has got up his sleeve that makes him so sure he will win." At first Code merely ascribed these recorded sayings of Nat Burns to youthful disappointment and a sportsmanlike determination to do better next time. But not for long. He remembered as though it had been yesterday the look with which Nat had favored him when he finally came ashore beaten, and the sullen resentment with which he greeted any remarks concerning the race. There was no sportsmanlike determination about him. Code quickly changed his point of view. How could Nat be so sure he was going to win? The thing was ridiculous on the face of it. The 50-year-old May had limped in half an hour ahead of the 30-year-old M.C. Burns after a race of 15 miles. How, then, could Nat swear with any degree of certainty that he would win the second time? It was well known that the M.C. Burns was especially good in heavy weather, but how could Nat ordain that there would be just the wind and sea he wanted? The thing was absurd on the face of it, and besides, silly braggadocio, if not actually malicious, and even if it were malicious, Code thanked heaven that the race had not been sailed, and that he had been spared the exhibition of Nat's malice. He had escaped that much, anyway. However, from motives of general caution, Code decided to take the book with him. Nat had evidently forgotten it, and he felt sure he would get off the ship with it in his possession. Now, as he drew near to St. Andrews, he put it for the last time inside the lining of his coat and fastened that lining together with pins, of which he always carried a stock under his coat lapel. As Schofield had not forgotten the old log of the M.C. Burns, neither had he forgotten the threat he made to Nat that he would try his best to escape and would defy his authority at every turn. He had tried to fulfill his promise to the letter. Twice he had removed one of the windows before the alert guard detected him, and once he had nearly succeeded in cutting his way through the 2-inch planking of his ceiling before the chips and sawdust were discovered and he was deprived of his clasp knife. Every hour of every day his mind had been constantly on this business of escape. Even during the reading, to which he fled to protect his reason, it was the motive of every chapter, and he would drop off in the middle of a page into a reverie and grow inwardly excited over some wild plan that mapped itself out completely in his feverish brain. Now, as they approached St. Andrews, his determination was as strong as ever, but his resources were exhausted. Double guarded and without weapons, he found himself helpless. The fevered excitement of the past 4 days had subsided into a dull apathy of hurt in which his brain was as delicate and alert as the mainspring of a watch. He was resigned to the worst if it came, but was ready, like a panther in a tree, to spring at the slightest false move of his enemies. Now, for the last time, he went over his little 8x10 prison. He examined the chair as though it were some instrument of the Inquisition. He pulled the bed to pieces and handled every inch of the frame. He emptied every compartment of the queer hanging cabinet that had been stuffed with books and miscellanies. He examined every article in the room. He had done this a dozen times before, but some instinct drove him to repeat the process. There was always hope of the undiscovered, and besides, he needed the physical action and the close application of his mind. So, mechanically and doggedly, he went over every inch of his little prison. But in vain. The roof and walls were of heavy planking and were old. They were full of nicks as well as wood knots, and the appearance of some of the former gave Code an idea. He went carefully over the boards, sticking his thumb-nail into them and lifting or pressing down as the shape of the nick warranted. For they resembled very much the depressions cut in sliding covers on starch boxes, whereby such covers can be pushed in their grooves. At any other time he would have considered this the occupation of a madman, but now it kept him occupied and held forth the faint gleam of hope by which he now lived. Suddenly something happened. He was lying across his immovable cot, fingering the boards low down in the right rear corner, when he felt something give beneath his thumb. A flash of hope almost stifled him, and he lay quiet for a moment to regain command of himself. Then he put his thumb again in the niche and lifted up. With all his strength he lifted and, all at once, a panel rushed up and stuck, revealing a little box, perhaps a foot square, that had been built back from the rear wall of the old storeroom. That was all, except for the fact that something was in the box, a package done up in paper. For a while he did not investigate the package, but devoted his attention to sounding the rest of the nearby planks with the hope that they might give into a larger opening and furnish a means of egress. For half an hour he worked and then gave up. He had covered every inch of wall and every niche, and this was all. At last he turned to the contents of the box that he had uncovered. Removing the package, he slid the cover down over the opening for fear that his guard, looking in a window, might become aware of what he had discovered. Then, sitting on the bed, he unwrapped the package. It was a beautiful, clear mirror bound with silver nickel and fitted with screw attachments as though it were intended to be fastened to something. At first this unusual discovery meant nothing whatever to him. Then, as he turned the object listlessly in his hands, his eyes fell upon 3 engraved letters, C.A.S., and a date, 1908. Then he remembered. When he was 20 years old, his father had taught him the science of navigation, so that if anything happened, Code might sail the old May Schofield. Because of the fact that a position at sea was found by observing the heavenly bodies, Code had become interested in astronomy, and had learned to chart them on a sky map of his own. The object in his hand was an artificial horizon, a mirror attached to the sextant, which could be fixed at the exact angle of the horizon, should the real horizon be obscured. This valuable instrument his father had given him on his 21st birthday, because the old man had been vastly pleased with his interest in a science of which he himself knew little or nothing. Code remembered that for a year or two he had pursued this hobby of his with deep interest and considerable success, and that his great object in life had been to some day have a small telescope of his own by which to learn more of the secrets of the heavens. But after his father died, he had been forced to take up the active support of the family, and had let this passion die. But how did it happen that the mirror was here? He recalled that the rest of his paraphernalia had gone to the bottom with the May Schofield. It was true that he had not overhauled his equipment for some time, and that it had been a drawer in the Mays' cabin, but that drawer had not been opened. He pursued the train of thought no farther. His brain was tired and his head ached with the strain of the last 5 days. His last hope of escape had only resulted in his finding a forgotten mirror, and his despair shut out any other consideration. He had not even the fire to resent the fact that it was in Burns's possession and concealed. It was his, he knew, and without further thought of it, he thrust it into his pocket just as he heard the men outside his little prison talking together excitedly. "By George, she looks like a gunboat," said one. "I wonder what she wants." "Yes, there's her colors. You can see the sun shining on her brass guns forward." "There, she's signaling. I wonder what she wants." Code walked idly to his windows and peered out, but could not see the vessel that the men were talking about. "She wants us to heave to, boys," sang out Nat suddenly. "Stand by to bring her up into the wind. Hard down with your wheel, John." As the schooner's head veered, Code caught a glimpse of a schooner-rigged vessel half a mile away with uniformed men on her decks and 2 gleaming brass cannon forward. Then she passed out of vision. "She's sending a cutter aboard," said one man. End of chapter 22. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 23 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 23. Surprises. 15 minutes later a small boat, rowed smartly by 6 sailors in white canvas, came alongside the midships ladder of the Nettie B. At a word from the officer, the 6 oars rose as one vertically into the air, and the bowman staved off the cutter so that she brought up without a scratch. A young man in dark blue sprang out of the stern sheets upon the deck. "Nettie B. of Freekirk Head?" he asked. "Captain Burns commanding?" "Yes," said Nat, stepping forward. "I am Captain Burns. What do you want?" "I come from the gunboat Albatross," said the officer, "and represent Captain Foraker. You have on board, have you not, a man named Code Schofield, also of Freekirk Head, under arrest for the murder of a man or men on the occasion of the sinking of his schooner?" Nat scowled. "Yes," he said. "I arrested him myself in St. Pierre, Miquelon. I am a constable in Freekirk Head." "Just as we understood," remarked the officer blandly. "Captain Foraker desires me to thank you for your prompt and efficient work in this matter, though I can tell you on the side, Captain Burns, that the old man is rather put out that he didn't get the fellow himself. We chased up and down the banks looking for him, but we never got within sight of as much as his main truck sticking over the horizon. And the Petrel, that's our steamer, you know, well, sir, maybe he didn't make a fool of her. Payson, on the Petrel, is the ugliest man in the service, and when this fellow Schofield led him a chase of 150 miles, and then got away among the islands of Placentia Bay, they say Payson nearly had apoplexy. So your getting him ought to be quite a feather in your cap." "I consider that I did my duty. But would you mind telling me what you have signaled me for?" Burns resented the gossip of this young whippersnapper of the service who seemed, despite his frankness, to have something of a patronizing air. "Certainly. Captain Foraker desires me to tell you that he wished the prisoner transferred to the Albatross. We know that you are not provided with an absolutely secure place to keep the prisoner, and as we are on our way to St. Andrews on another matter, the skipper thinks he might just as well take the fellow in and hand him over to the authorities." "Well, I don't agree with your skipper," snapped Burns. "I got Schofield, and I'm going to deliver him. He's safe enough, don't you worry. When you go back, you can tell Captain Foraker that Schofield is in perfectly good hands." The pleasant, amiable manner of the subaltern underwent a quick change. He at once became the stern, businesslike representative of the government. "I am sorry, Captain Burns, but I shall deliver no such message, and when I go back I shall have the criminal with me. Those are my orders, and I intend to carry them out." He turned to the 6 sailors sitting quietly in the boat, their oars still in the air. "Unship oars," he commanded. The sweeps fell away, 3 on each side. "Squad on deck." The men scrambled up the short ladder and lined up in 2 rows of 3. At his belt each man carried a revolver and cutlasses swung at their sides. "Now," requested the officer amiably, "will you please lead me to the prisoner?" Nat's face darkened into a scowl of black rage, and he cursed under his breath. It was just his luck, he told himself, that when he was about to triumph, some of these government loafers should come along and take the credit out of his hands. For a moment he thought of resistance. All his crew were on deck, drawn by curiosity. But he saw they were vastly impressed by the discipline of the visitors and by their decidedly warlike appearance. If he resisted, there would be blood spilt, and he did not like the thought of that. He finally admitted to himself that the young officer was only carrying out orders, and orders that were absolutely just. "Well, come along," he snarled ungraciously, and started forward. The officer spoke a word of command, and the squad marched after him as he, in turn, followed Nat. Of all this Code had been ignorant, for the conversation had taken place too far aft for him to hear. His first warning was when the sailors marched past the window, and Nat reluctantly opened the door of the old storeroom. "Officers are here to get you, Schofield," said the skipper of the Nettie B. "Come out." Wonderingly, Code stepped into the sunlight and open air, and saw the officer with his escort. With the resignation that he had summoned during his 5 days of imprisonment, he accepted his fate. "I am ready," he said. "Let's go as soon as possible." "Captain Schofield," said the subaltern, "you are to be transferred, and I trust you will deem it advisable to go peaceably." Catching sight of the 6 armed sailors, Code could not help grinning. "There's no question about it," he said. "I will." "Form cordon," ordered the officer, and the sailors surrounded him, 2 before, 2 beside, and 2 behind. In this order they marched to the cutter. Code was told to get in first and take a seat looking aft. He did so, and the officer dropped into the stern sheets so as to face his prisoner. The sailors took their position, shipped their oars smartly, and the cutter was soon under way to the gunboat. Arrived at the accommodation ladder, and on deck, Code found a vessel with white decks, glistening brasswork, and discipline that shamed naval authority. The subaltern, saluting, reported to the deck officer that his mission had been completed, and the latter, after questioning Code, ordered that he be taken to confinement quarters. These quarters, unlike the pen on the Nettie B., were below the deck, but were lighted by a porthole. The room was larger, had a comfortable bunk, a small table loaded with magazines, a chair, and a sanitary porcelain washstand. The luxury of the appointments was a revelation. There was no question of his escaping from this room, he very soon discovered. The door was of heavy oak and locked on the outside. The walls were of solid, smooth timber, and the porthole was too small to admit the possibility of his escaping through it. The roof was formed of the deck planks. He had hardly examined his surroundings when he heard a voice in sharp command on deck, and the running of feet, creaking of blocks, and straining of sheets as sail was got on the vessel. His room presently took an acute angle to starboard, and he realized that, with the fair gale on the quarter, they must be crowding her with canvas. He could tell by the look of the water as it flew past his port that the remainder of the trip to St. Andrews would not take long. He knew the course there from his present position must be north, a little west, across the Bay of Fundy. The Nettie B., when compelled to surrender her prisoner, had rounded Nova Scotia and was on the home stretch toward Quoddy Roads. She was, in fact, less than 30 miles away from Grand Mignon Island, and Code had thought with a great and bitter homesickness of the joy just a sight of her would be. He longed for the white Swallowtail lighthouse with its tin swallow above, for the tumbled green-clothed granite of the harbor approaches, for the black, sharp-toothed reefs that showed on the half-water near the can buoy, and for the procession of stately headlands to north and south, fading from sight in a mantle of purple and gray. But most of all for the crescent of Stony Beach, the nestle of white cottages along the King's Road, and the green background of the mountain beyond, with Mallaby House in the very heart of it. This had been his train of thought when Burns had opened the door to deliver him up to the gunboat, and now it returned to him as the staunch vessel under him winged her way across the blue afternoon sea. He wondered if the Albatross would pass close enough inshore for him to get a glimpse of Mignon's tall and forbidding, fog-wreathed headlands. Just a moment of this familiar sight would be balm to his bruised spirit. He felt that he could gather strength from the sight of home. He had been among aliens so long. But no nearer than just a glimpse. He made a firm resolution never to push the prow of the Lass into Flag Cove until he stood clear of the charges against him. He admitted that it might take years, but his resolution was none the less strong. His place of confinement was on the starboard side of the Albatross, and he was gratified, after a few minutes, to see the sun pouring through his porthole. Despair had left him now, and he was quietly cheerful. With something akin to pleasure that the struggle was over, and that events were out of his hands for the time being, he settled down in his chair and picked up a magazine. He had hardly opened it when a thought occurred to him. If the course was north a little west, how did it happen that the sun streamed into his room, which was on the east side of the ship on that course? He sprang to the port and looked out. The sun smote him full in the face. He strained his eyes against the horizon that was unusually clear for this foggy sea, and would have sworn that along its edge was a dark line of land. the conclusion was inevitable. The Albatross was flying directly south, as fast as her whole spread of canvas could take her. Schofield could not explain this phenomenon to himself, nor did he try. The orders that a man-of-war sailed under were none of his affair, and if the captain chose to institute a hunt for the North Pole before delivering a prisoner in port, naturally he had a perfect right to do so. It was possible, Code told himself, that another miserable wretch was to be picked up before they were both landed together. Whatever course Captain Foraker intended to lay in the future, his present one was taking him as far as possible away from Grande Mignon, St. Andrews, and St. John's. And for this meager comfort Code Schofield was thankful. The sun remained above the horizon until 6 o'clock, and then suddenly plumped into the sea. The early September darkness rushed down, and as it did so, a big tungsten light in the ceiling of Code's room sprang into a brilliant glow, the iron cover to the porthole being shut at the same instant. A few moments later the door of his cell was unceremoniously opened, and a man entered bearing an armful of fresh clothing. "Captain Schofield," he said with the deference of a servant, "the captain wishes your presence at dinner. The ship's barber will be here presently. Etiquette provides that you wear these clothes. I will fix them and lay them out for you. If you care for a bath, sir, I will draw it." "Say, look here," exclaimed our hero, with a sudden and unexpected touch of asperity. "If you're trying to kid me, old Side Whiskers, you're due for the licking of your life." He got deliberately upon his feet, and removed the fishing coat which he had worn uninterruptedly since the night at St. Pierre. "I thought I'd read about you in that magazine or something, and had fallen asleep, but here you are still in the room. I'm going to see whether you're alive or not. No one can mention a bath to me with impunity." He made a sudden grab for the servant, who stood with mouth open, uncertain as to whether or not he was dealing with a lunatic. Before he could move, Code's hard, strong hands closed upon his arms in a grip that brought a bellow of pain. In deadly fear of his life, he babbled protests, apologies, and pleadings in an incoherent medley that would have satisfied the most toughened skeptic. Code released him, laughing. "Well, I guess you're real, all right," he said. "Now, if you're in earnest about all this, draw that bath quick. Then I'll believe you." Half an hour later, Code, bathed, shaved, and feeling like a different man, was luxuriating in fresh linen and a comfortable suit. "Look here, Martin," he said to the valet, "of course I know that this is no more the gunboat Albatross than I am. The Canadian government isn't in the habit of treating prisoners in exactly this manner. What boat is this?" Martin coughed a little before answering. In all his experience he had never before been asked to dress the skipper of a fishing vessel. "I was told to say, sir, in case you asked, that you are aboard the mystery schooner, sir." "What? The mystery schooner that led the steamer that chase?" "Yes, sir." "Well, by the great trawl hook! And I didn't know it." "No, sir. Remember we came up behind the Nettie B., and when you were transferred you were made to sit facing away from this ship so you would not recognize her." "Then all the guns were fakes, and the whole business of a man of war as well?" cried Code, astonished almost out of his wits by this latest development in his fortunes. "Yes, sir. The appearances were false, but as for the steamship, sir, this vessel could not do what she does were it not for the strict training aboard her, sir. I'll wager our lads can outmaneuver and outsail any schooner of her tonnage on the seas, Gloucestermen included. The Navy is easy compared to our discipline." "But what holds the men to it, if it's so hard?" "Double wages and loyalty to the captain." "Captain Foraker?" "Yes, sir. There, sir, that tie is beautiful. Now the waistcoat and coat. If you will permit me, sir, you look, as I might say, handsome, begging your pardon." Code flushed and looked into the glass that hung against the wall of his cabin. He barely recognized the clean-shaven, clear-eyed, broad-shouldered youth he saw there as the rough, salty skipper of the schooner Charming Lass. He wondered with a chuckle what Pete Ellinwood would say if he could see him. "And now, sir, if you're ready, just come with me, sir. Dinner is at 7, and it is now 1/4 to the hour." Stunned by the wonders already experienced, and vaguely hoping that the dream would last forever, Code followed the bewhiskered valet down a narrow passage carpeted with a stuff so thick that it permitted no sound. Martin passed several doors, the passage was lighted by small electrics, and finally paused before one on the right-hand side. Here he knocked, and apparently receiving an answer, peered into the room for a moment. Withdrawing his head, he swung the door open and turned to Schofield. "Go right in, sir," he said, and Code, eager for new wonders, stepped past him. The room was a small sitting room, lighted softly by inverted bowl-shaped globes of glass so colored as to bring out the full value of the pink velours and satin brocades with which the room was hung and the furniture covered. For a moment he stared without seeing anything, and then a slight rustling in a far corner diverted his attention. He looked sharply and saw a woman rise from a lounge and come toward him with outstretched hands. She was Elsa Mallaby. End of chapter 23. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 24 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 24. The Siren. He saw the glad smile on her lips, the light in her great lustrous dark eyes, and the beauty of her faultless body, and yet they all faded to nothing beside the astounding and inexplicable fact that she was in the mystery schooner. "You here!" he gasped, taking her hands in his big rough ones and gripping them tight. The impulse to draw her to him in an embrace was almost irresistible, for not only was she lovely in the extreme, but she was from Freekirk Head and home, and his soul had been starved with loneliness and the ceaseless repetition of his own thoughts. "Yes," she replied in her gentle voice, "I am here. You are surprised?" "That hardly expresses it," he returned. "So many things have happened today that I expect anything now." "Come, let us go in," she said, and led him through a doorway that connected with an adjoining room. In the center of it was a small table laid with linen and furnished with glittering silver and glass. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "You know fishermen well enough not to ask that," he laughed, and they sat down. Elsa did not make any tax upon his conversational powers. It was Code himself who first put a pertinent question. "I take for granted your being here and your living like this," he said, "but I am bursting with curiosity. How do you happen to be in this schooner?" "It is my schooner. Why shouldn't I be in it?" she smiled. "Yours?" He was mystified. "But why should you have a vessel like this? You never used one before that I know of." "True, Code, but I have always loved the sea, and it amuses me. You remember that sometimes I have been away from Freekirk Head for a month at a time. I have been cruising in this schooner. Once I went nearly as far as Iceland, but that took longer. A woman in my position must do something. I can't sit up in that great big house alone all the time." The intensity with which she said this put a decidedly new face on the matter. It was just like her to be lonely without Jim, he thought. Naturally, a woman with all her money must do something. "But, Elsa," he protested, "your having the schooner for your own use is all right enough. But why has it always turned up to help me when I needed help most? Really, if I had all the money in the world, I could never repay the obligations that you have put me under this summer." "I don't want you to repay me," she said quietly. "Just the fact that I have helped you and that you appreciate it is enough to make me happy." He looked steadily into her brown eyes for a few moments. Then her gaze dropped, and a dull flush mounted from her neck until it suffused her face. He had never seen her look so beautiful. The wealth of her black hair was coiled about the top of her head like a crown, and held in its depths a silver butterfly. Her gown was Quaker gray in color, and of some soft clinging material that enhanced the lines of her figure. It was an evening gown, and cut just low enough to be at the same time modest and beautiful. Code, without knowing why, admired her taste and told himself that she erred in no particular. Her mode of life was, at the same time, elegant and feminine, exactly suited her. "You are easily made happy," he remarked, referring to her last sentence. "No, I'm not," she contradicted him seriously. "I am the hardest woman in the world to make happy." "And helping me does it?" "Yes." "You are a good woman," he said gratefully, "and always seem to be doing for others. No one will ever forget how you offered to stand by the women of Grande Mignon while the men went fishing." Again Elsa blushed, but this time the color came from a different source. Little did he know that her philanthropy was all a part of the same plan to win his favor. "And the things I know you must have done for my mother," he went on. "Those are the things that I appreciate more than any. It is not every woman who would even think of them, let alone do them." Why would he force her into this attitude of perpetual lying, she thought. It was becoming worse and worse. Why was he so straightforward and so blind? Could he not see that she loved him? Was he one of those cold and passionless men upon whom no woman ever exerts an intense influence? Though she did not know it, she expressed the whole fault in her system. A man reared in a more complex community than a fishing village would have divined her scheme, and the result would have been a prolonged but most delightful duel of wits and hearts. But Code, by the very directness of his honesty and simplicity of his nature, cut through the gauzy wrappings of this delectable package and went straight to its heart. And there he found nothing, because what little of the deeply genuine there lay in this woman's restless nature was disguised and shifted at the will of her caprice. When Code had experienced the pleasure of lighting a genuine clear Havana cigar after many months of abstinence, she leaned across the table to him, her hands clasped before her. "Code, what does loneliness represent to you?" she asked. "Oh, I don't know," he temporized, taken aback. "I don't go in for loneliness much. But when I do, why, all I want is well, let me see. A good game of quoits with the boys in front of the church, or a talk with my mother about how rich we are going to be some day when I get that partnership in the fish stand. I'm too busy to be lonely." "And I'm too lonely to be busy." He looked at her unbelievingly. "You?" he cried. "Why, you have everything in the world. You can go anywhere, do anything, have the people about you that you want. You lonely? I don't understand you." "Well, I'll put it another way. Did you ever want something so hard that it hurt, and couldn't get it?" "Yes, I wanted my father back after he died," said Code simply. "And I wanted Jim after he died," added Elsa. "Those things are bad enough, but one gets used to them. What I mean especially is something we see about us all the time and have no chance of getting. Did you ever want something like that, so that it nearly killed you and couldn't get it?" Code was silent. The one rankling hurt of his whole life, after seemingly being healed, broke out afresh: the engagement of Nat Burns and Nellie Tanner. He suddenly realized that, since seeing Elsa, he had not as much as remembered Nellie's existence, when usually her mental presence was not far from him. Elsa, with all her luxury and alluring feminine charms, seemed to cast a spell that bound him helpless, like the music in the fairy stories. He liked the spell, and after all she had done, he confessed to an extraordinary feeling for the enchantress. Now had come the memory of Nellie, dear, frank eyed, open hearted Nellie Tanner, and the thought that her fresh wholesomeness was pledged to make glad the life of Nat Burns seared his heart. A cloud settled down on his brow, but in a moment he recalled himself. His hostess had asked him a question, he must answer it. "Yes, I have wanted something and couldn't get it." "Yes," said Elsa slowly. "A thing is bad enough, but it seems to me that the most hopeless thing in the world is to want a person in that way." Her voice was dreamy and retrospective. Its peculiar, vibrant timbre thrilled him with the thought that perhaps there was some hidden tragedy in her life that he had never suspected. Any unpleasant sense that she was curious was overcome by the manner in which she spoke. "Yes, it is," he answered solemnly. She looked up in astonishment at the sincerity of his tone, her heart tingling with a new emotion of delicious uncertainty. What if, after all, he had wanted some one in the way she wanted him? What if the some one were herself, and he had been afraid to aspire to a woman of her wealth and position? She asked this without any feeling of conceit, for one who loves always dreams he sees signs of favor in the one beloved. "Then you have wanted some one?" All her manner, her voice, her eyes expressed sympathy. She was the soul of tact and no mean actress at the same time. Code, still in the depth of reminiscence and averted happiness, scarcely heard her, but he answered: "Yes, I have." Then, coming to full realization of the confession, he colored and laughed uneasily. "But let's not talk of such personal things any more," he added. "You must think me very foolish to be mooning about like this." "Can I help you?" she asked, half suffocated by the question. Perhaps there might be something I could do that would bring the one you want to you." It was the crucial point in the conversation. She held her breath as she awaited his answer. She knew he was no adept at the half meanings and near confessions of flirtation, and that she could depend upon his words and actions to be genuine. He looked at her calmly without the additional beat of a pulse. His color had died down and left him pale. He was considering. "You have done much for me," he said at last, "and I shall never forget it, but in this matter even you could not help me. Only the Almighty could do it by direct intervention, and I don't believe He works that way in this century." Code smiled faintly. As for Elsa, she felt the grip as of an icy hand upon her heart. It was some one else that he meant. Was it possible that all her carefully planned campaign had come to this miserable failure? Had she come this far only to lose all? The expression of her features did not change, and she sought desperately to control her emotion, but she could not prevent two great tears from welling up in her eyes and slowly rolling down her cheeks. Code sat startled and nonplussed. Only once before in his life had he seen a woman cry, and that was when Nellie broke down in his mother's house after the fire. But the cause for that was evident, and the very fact of her tears had been a relief to him. Now, apparently without rhyme or reason, Elsa Mallaby was weeping. The sight went to his heart as might the scream of a child in pain. He wondered with a panicky feeling whether he had hurt her in any way. "I say, Elsa," he cried, "what's the matter? Don't do that. If I've done anything—" He was on his feet and around the little table in an instant. He took her left hand in his left and put his right on her shoulder, speaking to her in broken, incoherent sentences. But his words, gentle and almost endearing, emphasized the feeling of miserable self-pity that had taken hold of her, and she suddenly sobbed aloud. "Elsa, dear," he cried, beside himself with uncertainty, "what is it? Tell me. You've done so much for me. Please let me do something for you if I can." "You can't, Code," she said, "unless it's in your heart." And then she bowed her beautiful head forward upon her bare arms and wept. After a while the storm passed, and she leaned back. He kissed her suddenly. Then he abruptly turned to the door and went out. Schofield had suddenly come to his senses and disengaged himself from Elsa's embrace. End of chapter 24. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 25 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 25. The Guilt Fixed. It was the following afternoon before Code Schofield ventured on deck. When he did so, it was to find that all naval uniforms had been laid aside, the imitation brass guns forward had been removed, and the schooner so altered that she would scarcely have been recognized as the Albatross. The wireless had been erected again, and now the apparatus was spitting forth an almost constant series of messages. The crew, spotless in dungarees and without a vestige of a weapon, maneuvered the schooner as Code had never in his life seen a vessel handled. At a word from the officer of the watch they jumped as one man. Every order was executed on the run, and all sails were swayed as flat and taut as boards. Code found Elsa ensconced with a book under the awning amidships. Big, comfortable wicker chairs were about, and the deck so lately cleared for action had an almost homelike look. "Did you sleep well?" asked the girl with an entire lack of self-consciousness, as though the episode of the night before had never occurred. Code was very thankful for her tact and much relieved. It was evident that their relations for the remainder of the 4 days' journey north were to be impersonal unless he chose to make them otherwise. This he had no intention of doing, after his morning's battle with himself. "Like a top, when I got started," he replied. "And you?" "Splendidly, thanks. And you should have seen the breakfast I ate. I am a shameful gourmand when I am at sea." He took a chair and filled his pipe. "By the way, how long have you been out on this cruise? You weren't aboard, were you, the time the mystery schooner led the revenue steamer such a chase?" "No," she replied, "but I wish I had been. I nearly died when I heard about that. It was so funny. I have only been aboard about 4 days. I'll tell you the history of it. I was having a very delightful dinner up at Mallaby House with Mrs. Tanner, Nellie's mother, you know." She looked unconcernedly out to sea. "When I got a message, part wireless and part telegram, saying that Nat Burns had nabbed you in St. Pierre and was racing with you to St. Andrews. Well, I've sworn all along that you shouldn't come to any harm through him, so I just left Freekirk Head the next morning on the steamer, took a train to Halifax, and had the schooner pick me up there. Off Halifax they told me that the Nettie B. was 6 hours ahead of us and going hard, so we had to wing it out for all there was in this one. I had provided all the naval fixings before, realizing that we would probably have to use them sometime, and that's all there is to it." "Well, Elsa, I'll say this, that I don't believe that there was ever a schooner built that could outgame and outsail this one. She's a wonder." For a while they talked of trite and inconsequential things. It was very necessary that they become firmly grounded on their new footing of genuine friendship before departing into personalities, and so, for 2 days, they avoided any but the most casual topics. As the weather was exceptionally warm, with a spicy salt breeze that seemed to bear the very germ of life in its midst, they had breakfast and luncheon on deck, dining below in the rosy little dining room. 36 hours before they expected to catch the fishing fleet (it had been maneuvered so that Code should be restored to the Charming Lass after dark), Elsa opened the subject of Code's trouble with Nat Burns. It was morning, and his recent days of ease and mental refreshment had made him see things clearly that had before been obscured by the great strain under which he labored. Code told her the whole thing from beginning to end, leaving out only that part of Nat's cumulative scheme that had to do with Nellie Tanner. He showed Elsa how his enemy had left no stone unturned to bring him back home a pauper, a criminal, and one who could never again lift his head among his own people, even though he escaped years in prison. It was a brief and simple story, but he could see Elsa's face change as emotion swept over it. Her remarks were few, but he suddenly became aware that she was harboring a great and lasting hatred against Nat. He did not flatter himself that it was on his own account, nor did he ask the reason for it, but the knowledge that such a hatred existed came to him as a decided surprise. When he had finished his narrative, she sat for some little time silent. "And you think, then," she asked at last, "that his motive for all this is revenge, Because his father happened to meet death on the old May? So far it has seemed to me that that can be the only possible reason. What else? But now wait a moment while I think." He went below into his room, secured the old log of the M.C. Burns and the artificial horizon. Together they read the entries that Michael Burns had made. "Now, Elsa," said Code, by way of explanation, "it was a dead sure thing that Nat could never have beaten me in his schooner, and for two reasons. First, the May was a naturally faster boat than the old M.C., although Nat would never admit it. That is what really started our racing. Secondly, I am only telling the truth when I say that I can outsail Nat Burns in any wind from a zephyr to a typhoon. He is the kind of chap, in regard to sailing, who doesn't seem to have the feel of the thing. There is a certain instinct of forces and balance that is either natural or acquired. Nat's is acquired. Why, I can remember just as well when I was 8 years old, my father used to let me take a short trick at the wheel in good weather, and I took to it naturally. Once on the Banks in a gale, when I was only 18, the men below said that my trick at the wheel was the only one when they got any sleep. Now, those two things being the case, Elsa, how did Nat Burns expect to win the second race from the May?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem possible that he could win." "Of course it doesn't, and yet his father writes here that Nat swears he can't lose. Well, now, you know, a man that swears he can't lose is pretty positive." "Did he try to bet with you for the second race?" asked Elsa. "Did he? I had $500 at the bank, and he tried to bet me that. I never bet because I've never had enough money to throw it around. A good deal changed hands on the first race, but none of it was mine. I raced for sport and not for money, and I told Nat so when he tried to bet with me. If I had raced for money, I couldn't have withdrawn that day and gone to St. John for cargo the way I did." "Then it seems to me that he must have known he couldn't lose, or he would not have tried to bet." "Exactly." "But how could he know it?" "That is what I would like to find out." Code absently thrust his hand into his coat pocket and encountered the mirror he had found aboard the Nettie B. He drew it out and polished its bright surface with his handkerchief. Elsa was immediately interested, and Code told her of its unexpected discovery. "And he had it!" she cried, laughing. "Of all things!" "Yes, and he always wanted it. I remember when Father first gave it to me and I was working out little problems in astronomy, Nat used to take the thing and handle it and admire it. You see, the back and edges are silver plated and it is really quite valuable. He tried to get his father interested, but, so far as I know, never succeeded. It was a strange thing, but that simple mirror appealed to Nat tremendously, and you know how that would act on a man of his nature. He is and always has been utterly selfish, and if there was any object he wanted and could not have, it increased his desire." "But how did he get it, I wonder?" asked the girl, taking the object and heliographing the bright sun's rays from the polished surface. "When did you have it last?" Code knitted his brows and thought back carefully. He had an instinctive feeling that perhaps in this mirror lay the key to the whole situation, just as often in life the most unexpected and trivial things or events are pregnant with great moment. "I had it," he said slowly, thinking hard. "Let me see. The last time I remember it was the day after my first race with Nat. In the desk that stood in the cabin of the old May I kept the log, my sextant, and a lot of other things of that kind. In a lower drawer was this mirror, and the reason I saw it was this. When I had made fast to my moorings in the harbor, I immediately went below to make the entry in the log about the race. Naturally, I couldn't leave that undone. I remember I looked in the top drawer for the book, but didn't find it. So then I looked in the other drawers and, in doing so, opened the one containing the mirror. I distinctly remember seeing it, for the lamp was lighted and the glass flashed a blinding glare into my eyes. You see, we raced in about the worst winter weather there was, and the lamp had to be lighted very early. The logbook wasn't there, and I found it somewhere or other later, but that hasn't anything to do with the case. I never saw the mirror after that. In fact, never looked for it. I took for granted it had gone down with the May, along with all my other things, except the logbook, which I saved and use now aboard the Lass. And you didn't take it out or give it to anybody? No, I am positive of that. I didn't touch it after seeing it that once. Then it is very plain, Code, that if Nat Burns came into possession of it, he must have taken it himself. He was very angry with you for winning, wasn't he? Terribly. For once I thought he might be dangerous, and kept out of his way until the thing had worn off a little. Just like him, said Elsa in that tone of bitter hatred that Code had heard her use before when speaking of Burns. He must have gone aboard the May and taken it, because you prized it so much. A fine revenge. Yes, but we don't do those things in Freekirk Head, Elsa. You know that. We don't steal from one another's trawl lines, and we don't prowl about other men's schooners. I can't understand his doing a thing like that. Perhaps not, but if not, explain how he got it. You're right, Code admitted after a moment's thought. That's the only way. They were silent for a while, pondering over this new development and trying to discover where it might lead. Under sharp commands the crew brought the schooner about on the starboard tack, for the wind was on the bow, and set a staysail between the fore and the mainmasts. The splendid ship seemed to skim over the surface of the sea, touching only the tops of the waves. No, it's no good, broke out Code suddenly. Much as I hate Nat Burns, I don't believe he would come aboard my schooner just for the purpose of stealing a silver-plated mirror. That isn't like him. He's too clever to do anything like that. And besides, what kind of a revenge would that be for having lost the race? Well, what can you suggest? How else did he get it? Elsa was frankly skeptical and clung to her own theory. He might have come aboard for something else, mightn't he, and picked up the mirror just incidentally? He might have, yes, but what else would bring him there? Code sat rigid for a few minutes. He had such a thought that he scarcely dared consider it himself. It's all clear to me now, he said in a low, hoarse voice. Nat came aboard to damage the schooner so that he would be sure to win the second race. Code! The cry was one of involuntary horror as Elsa remembered the tragedy of the May. Hate Nate though she might, this was an awful charge to lay at his door. Then he killed his own father, if what you say is true, she added breathlessly. Oh, the poor wretch! The poor wretch! "Yes, that solves it," went on Code, who had hardly heard her. "That solves the entries that Michael Burns made in his ship's log before he went to St. John on his last business trip. Nat swore he could not lose, and the old man, who was honest enough himself, must have wondered what his son was up to. This mirror proves that Nat must have been aboard the schooner secretly. What he told his father and his eagerness to bet with me on a proposition that seemed foolhardy on the face of it clinch the thing in my mind. The misguided fool! That, Elsa, is an example of how low a man will go who has been spoiled and brought up without the slightest idea of self-control." "Why, you're preaching to me, Code," laughed the girl, and he joined her. But she sobered in a moment. "This is all very fine theory," she said, "and I half believe it myself, but it's worthless. You haven't a grain of proof. Tell me, have you ever thought over the details of the sinking of the May?" "Only once," groaned Schofield. "And I hate to do it, Elsa. I'd rather not. Every time I think of that awful day I sweat with sheer horror. Every incident of it is engraved on my brain." "But listen, Code, you must think about it for once, and think about it with all your mind. Tell me everything that happened. It is vital to our case. It may save the whole thing from being worthless. Even if we get nothing, you must make the effort." Code knew that what Elsa said was true. With an effort he focused his mind back on that awful day, and began. "There was a good sea that day," he said, "and more than half a gale out of the northeast. If it had been any other day I shouldn't have taken the old May out at all, because she was loaded very deep. But the whole trip was a hurry call, and they wanted me to get back to Mignon with the salt as soon as I could. Old Burns saw me on the wharf and asked me if he could go along as passenger. I said he could, and we started early in the morning. Now that day wasn't anything unusual, Elsa. I've been in a lot worse gales in the May, but not with her so deep. But I didn't think anything would happen. Everything went all right for 3 hours, with the wind getting fresher all the time, and the vessel under 4 lowers, which was a pretty big strain on any schooner. As I say, she should have stood it, but all of a sudden, on a big lurch, the fore topm'st that hadn't a rag on her broke off short and banged down, hanging by the guys. With one swipe it smashed the foregaff to splinters, and half the canvas hung down flapping like a great wing. I couldn't understand it. I knew the topm'st was in a weakened condition, but not as rotten as punk, and I supposed my foregaff was as solid a piece of timber as ever went into a vessel. But listen," as Elsa started to speak, "that isn't all. The flapping canvas, with part of the gaff, pounded around like the devil let loose for the 10 seconds before we couldn't loosen the halyards and lower away the wreckage, but in that time it had parted the mainstay in two like a woman snipping a thread. Mind that, Elsa, a steel mainstay an inch thick. I never heard of one parting in my life before. Things were happening so fast that I couldn't keep track of them, and now, just at the crucial minute, the old May jibed, fell off from the wind, and went into the trough of the sea. A great wave came then, ripped her rudder off I found this as soon as I tried to use the wheel and swept the decks, taking one man. Meanwhile, the mainmast, with one stay gone, was whipping from side to side like a great loose stick. I put the wheel in the becket and in one jump released the mainsail throat halyards while another fellow released the peak. The sail came down on the run in the lazy jacks, and the men jumped on it and began to crowd it into some kind of a furl. I jumped back to the wheel and tried to bring her up into the wind, but I might as well have tried to steer an ocean liner with a sculling sweep. Not only was her rudder gone, but the tiller ropes were parted on each side. It was damaged beyond repair. Once I read in school the funny poem of an American named Holmes. It was called the One Huss Shay, and it told about an old chaise that, after 100 years of service, suddenly went to pieces all at the same time and the same place. Even in that time of danger the memory of the One Huss Shay came to me, and I thought that the May Schofield was doing exactly the same thing, although only half as old. "And then what happened?" asked Elsa, who had sat breathless through Code's narrative. "There's not much more to tell," he said, with an involuntary shudder. "It was too much for the old girl, with that load in her. She began to wallow and drive toward the wolves that I had caught a glimpse of through the scud. She hadn't got halfway there, when the mainmast came down, bringing nearly everything with it, and hung over the starboard quarter, dragging the vessel down like a stoat hanging to a duck's leg. After that it was easy to see she was doomed. We chopped away at the tangle of wreckage whenever we got a chance, but that wasn't often, because, in her present position, the waves raked her every second and we had to hang on for dear life. And then she began to go to pieces, which was the beginning of the end. All hands knew it was to be every man for himself. We had no life preservers, and our one big dory had been smashed when the wreckage came down." Code's face was working with suppressed emotion, and Elsa reached out her hand and touched his. "Don't tell me any more," she said. "I know the rest. Let's talk about the present." "Thanks, Elsa," he said gratefully. "How long have you thought that the schooner was a second One Huss Shay?" "Until this talk with you. I would never have thought anything else. It's the logical thing to think, isn't it? All my neighbors at Freekirk Head, except those who believe the evil they hear, have told me half a dozen times that that is what must have happened to the May. She had lived her life, and that last great strain, combined with the race the week before, was too much for her. I simply could not explain those things happening." "Yes, but you can now, can't you?" she asked coolly. Reluctantly he faced the issue, but he faced it squarely. "Yes, I can. Nat expected me to sail the May in a race, so he weakened my topm'st and mainstay. Of course, when there is sport in it, you set every kite you've got in your lockers and, you know, Elsa, I never took my mainsail in yet while there was one standing in the fleet, even ordinary fishing days." "I know it. You've scared me half to death a dozen times with your sail carrying." "And mind, Elsa, I've been warned by all the wiseacres in Freekirk Head that my sticks would carry away some time in a gale o' wind. Nat banked on that, too, and it shows how clever he was, for ever since the May sank I've had men tell me I shouldn't have carried 4 lowers that day. He planned to weaken me where I needed sail most, and he succeeded. Why, Elsa, That topmast must have been sawed a quarter of the way through, and that mainstay as much again. I don't really believe he did anything to the foregaff. It appeared to be the natural result of the topmast falling, but the damage he did resulted in the wreck of the schooner. And the death of his own father. Yes, Code, we've got him where he is probably the wretchedest man in the world. Fury and hurt pride made him injure the May so he would be sure to win the second time, and instead of that fate intervened, sent you on the cargo voyage, and killed his father. Now it is perfectly plain to me why he is charging you with all these crimes." "Why?" "Nat is a weak nature, because uncontrolled, and when weak natures do wrong they suffer agonies of fear that they will be found out. Nat committed this double crime in a momentary passion. Then, as the weeks passed by, and the village talked of nothing else, he finally began to fear that he would be found out. There was no one who could have found him out, but there was that haunting terror of the weak nature. Somebody spoke a word, perhaps in jest, that you must have wanted a new schooner since the May's policy was to run out so soon, and he seized the thought in a frenzy of joy and began to spread rumors. This grip on you gave him courage. He remembered that his revenge against you was still unsatisfied, and it became clear to him that perhaps, after all, he could get one much more complete. Code, the picture of that man's mind is a terrible one to me. He may have hated you before, but just think how he must have hated you after knowing how he had wronged and was going to ruin you. It is only the one of two people who does the injury whose hatred grows. An injured person who is sensible in regard to such matters, as you have been with Nat all your life, throws them off and thinks nothing more about them. So Nat's hatred of you and the fear of discovery, preying on his mind, finally urged him into the course he had taken." "And he went into it with open eyes," rejoined Code, "for his plans were perfect. He pays his crew double wages and they ask no questions. Had it not been for you, on 2 occasions I should have been in jail long before this." "Yes, but now that is past—" "No," interrupted Code, "it isn't, Elsa. He has just as much power over me as he ever had. I am still a criminal at large to be arrested, and you can wager your last dollar that if he can bring it about I will be picked up by the first gunboat that finds me." "But after all this?" "Yes, after all this. We have made a beautiful case against him, and it fits, but, Elsa, there's one thing we haven't got, and that is a single word of proof. We haven't enough to even bring a charge against him. Do you realize that?" The girl sat back, unable to reply. Code had expressed the situation in a sentence. Despite all they had pieced together, he, Code, was still the man against whom the burden of circumstantial evidence rested. Nat was and always could go scot-free. "Code, this is terrible," she said. "But there may be a way out yet. No man with the right on his side has ever failed to triumph, however black things looked." "But how?" he cried despairingly. "I have racked my brains for some means of closing the net about him, but there seems no way." "Now there is not," she returned. "But, Code, you can rest assured that I will do everything I can." "God bless you!" he said, taking her hand. "You are the best friend a man ever had." End of chapter 25. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 26 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 26. Wetting Their Salt. Pete Ellinwood, alone except for the cook, who sat peeling potatoes just outside the galley, paced the quarterdeck of the Charming Lass. He seemed to be an older man than that night when, goaded beyond endurance by the taunts of the big Frenchman, he had fought a fight that would long be remembered in the streets of the roaring town of St. Pierre. He felt that he had broken his promise to Ma Schofield that he would keep guard over her boy. Now, for all he knew, that boy was lying in jail at St. Andrew's, or was perhaps defending his life in the murderer's pen. The night of the fight had been a wild one for Ellinwood. At the cry of "Police!" the crowd had seemed to melt away from him like the bank fog at the sweep of a breeze. A dozen comrades had seized the prostrate Jean and hurried him away, and Pete, with the instinct of self-preservation, had snatched up his clothes and dodged down a dark alley toward the dirty drinking shops along the waterfront. There, as he dressed himself, he first asked the question, "Where is Code?" Then, in a frenzy of remorse, he returned to the street and began a wild and fruitless search all night. Then he accidentally learned that the Nettie B. had been in port 2 days, and that her crew had been ashore on the night of the fracas. Sorrowful, bedraggled, and bruised, he rowed out to the Charming Lass just as the whole crew was setting out for shore to search for Code and himself. During the night the barrels of fresh bait had been lightered to the Lass, and there was nothing for it but to make sail and get back on the Banks as soon as possible, leaving Code to his fate but carrying on the work he had begun. In accordance with Code's instructions, Pete automatically became the skipper of the schooner, and he selected Jimmy Thomas as his mate. By nightfall they had picked up the fleet, and early the next morning the dories were out. Then for 8 days it had been nothing but fish, fish, fish. Never in all his experience had Pete seen such schools of cod. They were evidently herding together in thousands, and had found but scanty food for such great hosts, for they bit almost on the bare hook. Now, as he looked around the still sea, the white or yellow sails of the fishing fleet showed on all sides in a vast circle. Not 5 miles away was the Rosan, and to the southward of her the Herring Bone, with mean old Jed Martin aboard. Bijonah Tanner had tried his best to shake Martin, but the hard-fisted old skipper, knowing and recognizing Tanner's nose for fish, had clung like a leech and profited by the other's sagacity. Nor was this all the Grande Mignon fleet. There were Gloucestermen among it, the champion fishers of the world, who spent their spare time in drifting past the English boats and hurling salty wit, at which pastime they often came off second best. There were Frenchmen, too, from the Miquelon Islands, who worked in colored caps and wore sheath knives in belts around their waists. Pete often looked over their dirty decks and wondered if his late enemy were among them. There were also vessels called toothpicks that did an exclusive trawling business, never using dories except to underrun the trawls or to set them out. These vessels were built on yacht lines, and because they filled their holds quickly, made quick runs to port with their catches, thus getting in several trips in a season. Also there were the steam trawlers, the most progressive of the fleet, owned and operated by huge fish firms in Boston or Portland. These were not dependent on the vagaries of the wind and steamed wherever their skippers divined that fish might be. Last of all were the seiners after herring and mackerel, schooners mostly, and out of Gloucester or Nova Scotia ports, who secured their catch by encircling schools of fish that played atop of the water, with nets a quarter of a mile long, and pursued them in by drawstrings much as a man closes a tobacco pouch. This was the cosmopolitan city that lived on the unmarked lanes of the ocean and preyed upon the never-failing supplies of fish that moved beneath. Among the Grande Mignon boats there was an intense rivalry. In the holds the layers of salted fish rose steadily under the phenomenal fishing. The salt barrels were emptied and crowded out by the cod, hake, and pollock. It was these boats that Ellinwood watched with the eye of a hawk, for back in Freekirk Head he knew that Bill Boughton stood ready to pay a bonus for the first cargo to reach port. Now was the time when the advance orders from the West Indies were coming up, and because of the failure of the season on the island itself, these orders stood unfilled. One or two of the smallest sloops had already wet their salt and weighed anchor for home, taking letters and messages, but these, Pete knew, could only supply an infinitesimal portion of the demand. What Boughton looked for was a healthy load of 1,500 to 2,000 quintals all ready for drying. Night and day the work went on. With the first signs of daylight the dories were swung outboard and the men took their positions. A catch of 200 good-sized cod was now considered the usual thing for a hand liner, and night after night the piles of silver fish in the pens amidships seemed to grow in size. Now they dressed down under lantern light, sometimes aided by the moon, and the men stood to the tables until they fell asleep on their feet and split their fingers instead of the fish. Then, after buckets of hot coffee, they would fall to again and never stop until the last wet body had been laid atop of its thousands of brothers. The men were constantly on the trawls. Sometimes they did nothing all day but pick the fish and rebait, finding, after a trip to the schooner to unload, that 1,000 others had struck on the long lines of sagging hooks while they were gone. It was fast and feverish work, and it seemed as though it would never end. The situation had resolved itself into a race between the schooners, and Ellinwood was of no mind to come off second best. Like a jockey before a race, he watched his rivals. He knew that foxy Bijonah Tanner, who sometimes looked like an old hump-backed cod himself, was his most dangerous rival. Tanner said nothing, but his boats were out early and in late, and the lanterns on his deck over the dressing pens could sometimes be seen as late as 10 o'clock at night. Visits among the fleet had now ceased, both because there was no time for it, and because a man from another schooner was looked upon as a spy. At the start of the season it had been expected that Nat Burns, in the Nettie B., would prove a strong contender for premier honors, but, because of his ceaseless efforts to drive home his revenge, Nat had done very little fishing, and therefore could not possibly be in the market. Other Freekirk Head men shrugged their shoulders at this. Nat had the money, and could act that way if it pleased him, they said. But nevertheless, he lost favor with a great many of his former friends, for the reason that the whole fishing expedition had been a concerted movement to save the people and credit of the island, and not an exploitation of individual desires. Burns had, with his customary indifference to others, made it just exactly such an exploitation, and the sentiment that had been strong for him at the outset of the cruise was now turning decidedly the other way, although he little guessed this or would have been influenced had he done so. In reality, then, the race for fish was keenest between the Charming Lass, the Rosan, and the Herring Bone, with 3 other schooners very close on their heels. At the end of the 9 days there was little space beneath the deck planks of the Charming Lass, but every night Pete would come up, slapping his hands free of salt, and say, "Well, boys, I guess we can crowd another day's work into her," and the exhausted men would gather themselves for another great effort as they rolled forward into their bunks. Every 24 hours they did crowd another day's work into her, so that she carried nearly 150 tons, and the dripping brine had to be pumped out of the hold. It was the night of the day that opened this chapter. The lanterns by which the men had dressed down had been lifted from their supports, the cod livers dumped into the gurry butt, and the tables removed from the rails. The 2 men on the first watch were sharpening the splitting knives on a tiny grindstone and walking forward occasionally to see that the anchor and trawl buoy lights were burning. The still air resounded with the snores of the exhausted men forward in the forecastle. Silently, out of the darkness, a dory came toward the schooner, pulled by the brawny arms of 2 men. In the stern of the oncoming boat sat a solitary figure, who strained his eyes toward his destination. The dory was within 50 yards of the Lass before the men on deck became aware of its approach. Then, fearing some evil work in connection with the last desperate days of fishing, they rushed to the bulwarks and challenged the newcomers. They did not see, a mile away, a schooner without lights gently rising and falling on the oily sea. "Who is that?" demanded one man, but he received no answer except, "A friend," and the boat continued its stealthy approach. It drew alongside the ladder in the waist, and the man in the stern sheets rose. Kent, of the Lass's crew, leaned over the side and threw the light of his lantern upon the man. "By God!" he cried like one who has seen a ghost. "It's the skipper!" Chapter 27. Of the Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 27. The Reward of Evil. The Nettie B. was surging north, nearing Cape Breton. Nat Burns sat moodily on the top of the house and watched the schooner take 'em green over her bows. Within the last day a fog with a wind behind it had drifted across the lead-colored ocean, and now, although the fog was gone, the wind was still howling and bringing with it a rising sea. The equinoxes were not far off, and all skippers had a weather eye out and paid especial attention to the stoutness of lashings and patched canvas. Never had Burns been in a blacker mood, and never had he better cause. He was 3 days from St. Andrews, and there he had become acquainted with several facts. The first was that no Canadian gunboat by the name of Albatross had called at said port and left any prisoner by the name of Code Schofield. In fact, such gunboat had not called at all. Investigation at the Admiralty Office proved to Nat that the real Albatross had reported from St. John's, Newfoundland, on the very day he supposed he had met her. As the waters near St. Andrews and St. John's are several hundred of miles apart, Nat was not long in forming the opinion that he had been duped. Fuming with rage, he began to investigate. Gradually he learned the story, from sailors in wine shops and general hearsay, of the mysterious schooner that had twice saved Code Schofield from actual capture, and had aided him on one or two other occasions. One man said he had heard of a retired naval officer named Foraker, who was supposed to be in command. As a matter of fact, there was a Captain Foraker aboard the schooner who navigated her and instilled the run and jump discipline that had so excited Code's admiration. Outside of this vague fact, Nat's knowledge was scant. He was ignorant of who owned the swift vessel. He would never have connected Elsa Mallaby with her in 10 years of hard thinking. All he did know was that some unknown agency was suddenly at work in behalf of the man he hated. He notified the Admiralty that a strange schooner had impersonated the gunboat of H.I.M. George V, and gave a very accurate description of her. As this was a new offense for the vessel that had already interfered with justice twice, the skippers of all the revenue cutters along the coast bent their energies to capturing or sinking this semi-piratical craft upon the receipt of radiograms to that effect. Not only had Nat set the machinery of the law in motion against the mystery schooner, but he had provided against any future dabbling with his constabulary powers by the simple expedient of having with him an officer of the law who was empowered to bring the accused murderer of Michael Burns before the bar of justice without transfer. When the supposed gunboat had removed the prisoner from his deck and borne away, for a while, on the course to St. Andrews, Nat, relieved of responsibility, ran over to Grande Mignon and into the harbor of Freekirk Head. His purpose in this was twofold, and treacherous in both cases. First, he lost no time in spreading the details of how Code Schofield had been captured in a drunken brawl at St. Pierre and was fighting the jailers in St. Andrews. Secondly, he had a long private interview with Bill Boughton, in which he tried to get the storekeeper to sign a contract for his, Burns's, fish at a certain price. While the former was a meanness of a hideous kind, this latter move was one of treachery against the men of Freekirk Head. The worst part of it was that Nat had about 100 quintals of splendid-looking cod, every pound he had caught, in his hold, and these he handed over to Boughton as a sample of what was to come from him very shortly. Boughton was hard up for fish, for none had come from the Banks, and bought them at a big price. But as to the signing of the contract, he demurred. When Nat could not explain why he had caught so few fish in such a long time, the storekeeper became wary and refused to commit himself. Finally he agreed to the price if Nat would deliver 1,000 quintals before any of the rest of the fleet arrived home. Consequently it was up mainsail and sway 'em flat and a fast run north for the Nettie B. During his day's stay in Freekirk Head he had received a great bag of mail for the men of the fleet from their women folk at home, and this he had in his cabin, now all distributed and tied into bundles, one for each schooner, so that they could be easily sorted and thrown aboard as he met them. Burns caught the fleet of a Thursday morning just as they had dropped anchors after making a night berth, and the dories were out sampling the ground and the fish. It was just 3 days after Code had arrived aboard the Charming Lass again. As Nat worked his way in and out among the vessels, throwing their mail aboard attached to pieces of coal, he kept an eye out for the Rosan. One very important piece of business that had brought him north was a reconciliation with Nellie Tanner, and he meant, while his men were out in the dories, to accomplish this first. At last he sighted her near the very front line of the fleet. The Charming Lass he could not see, for Code had taken a different direction from the Rosan, and was one of the score of sails scattered around the horizon. But Nat was in no great hurry to get him on the minute. If the mystery schooner were attended to, then it would be merely a matter of time until the capture of Code. He ranged up astern of the Rosan with a cheery yell and let go his anchor, ordering the dories over the side in the same breath. But his aspirations received a chilling setback from none other than Bijonah Tanner himself. The old man had been sleepless for a week, trying to nose out the Lass for the top haul of the fleet, and here was a young scapegrace who came and cast anchor within 100 yards of his chosen ground. Nat laughed carelessly at the storm of abuse that rattled over the stern of the Rosan, and rowed over to her in his dory with a package of mail. "Forget it, Papa," he said, easily insolent, as he climbed over the rail in the teeth of a broadside. "We're not going to foul your rodin' or steal your fish. I've just come to make a call and tell you the news from home." He handed Bijonah a couple of letters and a package containing those of the men. 2 others he kept in his hand. For a few moments he chatted with the old man, telling him what had happened in Freekirk Head. Then he asked for Nellie, whom he had not seen. As he asked, she came up out of the cabin, having just finished breakfast. She was dressed in white this morning, a white canvas blouse with a broad blue collar and V-neck held to modest stricture by a flowing blue tie, a white duck skirt and whitened shoes, a costume that set off her pink cheeks and bright eyes. Since the violent emotions of the fire at the Head, her courtship, and her self-analyzation since her split with Nat, she had seemed to become more of a woman. Nat had not the slightest doubt but that Nellie by this time would have recovered from her angry pet of their last interview. He was very certain that their ruction had only been temporary. Nellie was unfeignedly glad to see him. He stretched out his arms to her impulsively, but she refused him, and he laughed the rebuff off good-naturedly. "Oh, did you bring any letters for me?" she cried eagerly. He held out the 2 he had kept in his hand. "Oh, goodness, Nat! Only from Mama and Lutie Bissell. You excited me so." He spread a tarpaulin amid the clutter amidships, and they sat down. She excused herself and began to read her letters, first opening the one from the girl friend, which, as such letters usually do, contained nothing of importance. Then she opened the one from her mother. It was long, and she settled back to the pleasure of deciphering it. Nat smoked and whistled and looked out to sea, waiting for her to finish. Therefore he did not observe the changes that passed across her face. Near the middle of the letter the color rose to her forehead in a hot wave, but at the end it had receded, leaving her pale. Methodically she folded the letter and returned it to its envelope. "Well, dearest," he said cheerfully, "all through? Now I want to talk to you." He reached for her hand, but she withdrew it beyond his reach, and looked at him with the steady brown eyes whose level gaze he hated. "Come on now, Nellie," he said impatiently, stung by her relentlessness. "You ain't going to be mad forever about that other time, are you? I was out of temper and said things—" "Mother was up to Mallaby House for dinner a little while ago," interrupted Nellie, as though she had not heard him. "Yes, that's good. Fine place, ain't it? As I was sayin', I forgot myself they talked about us, too. Mother says that's nearly all they talked about." "Must have been short o' conversation. An' I want to say, Nellie, that I'll try never to speak like that to you again. Mother says she learned things about you that she never had imagined before," persisted Nellie with quiet insistence. But again Nat did not seem to have heard her. With an awkward motion he drew from his pocket the little glazed paper box that contained the engagement ring. "Please," he said, "I want you to take this again." He was in earnest. "It's strange Elsa Mallaby should be able to tell Mother things about you." Nat lost his patience. He had tried his best to make peace, and the girl was only baiting him for her own amusement. "What the deuce is all this about that Mallaby woman?" he asked. "I should think you'd listen to me, Nellie." "If you will listen to me first, then I'll listen to you as long as you like." "I agree," he said, thrusting the ring box back into his pocket. "Only make it short, will you, little girl?" "Yes, I will," she promised, without smiling. "I merely said that Mother and Mrs. Mallaby had discussed you and me, and our marriage, and that Mrs. Mallaby had said some things about you." "Well, lots of people do that." He smiled. "Yes, but they haven't said just this thing, Nat." "What was that?" "I'm going to let you think. Just suppose that Mrs. Mallaby hated you very much and wanted to do you harm. What would she tell my mother?" The girl, pale and on the verge of an hysterical outburst, watched his face out of her mask of self-control. The blood beneath his tan receded and was replaced by a sickly greenish hue. That flash had brought its memory, a memory that had lain buried beneath the events of his later life. Did she know? How could she know? To the girl watching him there was confirmation enough. She was suddenly filled with inexpressible distaste for this man who had in days past smothered her with caresses and dinned into her ears speeches concerning a passion that he called love. "I see it is all true," she said quietly. "This is all I have to say. Now I will listen to what you were going to tell me a few minutes ago, that is, if you still wish to say it." Nat read his doom in those few calm words. The things that had been in his mind to say rose and choked his throat. The thought of the ring in his pocket seemed like profanation. He gulped twice and tried to speak, but the words clotted on his tongue. Still she sat quietly looking at him, politely ready to listen. With a horrible croaking sound he got to his feet, looked irresolutely at her for a moment, and then went to the side where his dory lay. She next saw him rowing dazedly to the Nettie B., and then she turned her face from the sight of him. And suddenly into her mind, long prepared, came the thought of Code Schofield. Amid the chaos of her shattered ideals his face and figure rose more desirable than all the earth. "Oh, Heaven, give him to me some time," she breathed in a voice of humble prayer. Nat Burns went back to his schooner, squarely defeated for the first time in his life. Humbled and cringing like a whipped dog, he made his dory fast to the Nettie's rail, and slunk aft to the solitude of his cabin. He was glad that even the cook was looking the other way. "She has flouted me, and the whole of Grande Mignon will know it," he said to himself. "Then they will want to know why, but that is easy enough to lie about. Hang that Mallaby woman! Who would ever think she'd squeal? Yes, and Schofield, the smug crook. They're the two that are doing the damage to me." Nat's lifelong knowledge of Code's and Nellie's affection returned to him now, with a more poignant pang of memory than he had ever experienced. With the hopeless egotism of a totally selfish nature, he laid his calamity in love to activity on Code's part. He was pretty well aware of Elsa's extravagant favoritism of Code, and he immediately figured that Code had enlisted Elsa on his side to the ruin of Nat. "So I've got to beat 'em all now, have I?" he asked grimly, his jaw setting with an ugly click. "Schofield and Mallaby, and yes, while I'm about it, Tanner, too. The old man never liked me, the girl hates me, and I wouldn't mind giving 'em a dig along with the rest. Just to show 'em that I'm not so easy and peaceful as I look. But how?" For a considerable space of time he sat there, his head low on his breast, and his eyes half closed as his brain went over scheme after scheme. The detective that Nat had brought from St. Andrew's stuck his head down the cabin and remarked: "Look here, Captain, I want to arrest my man and get back. Why don't you hunt up that ship and let me finish?" "I've got something a lot better on hand, Durkee," remarked Nat with a grin, rising from his chair, a plan having leaped full blown into his mind. "Just stick along with me, and you'll get your man all right." He went outside and called the men in with a revolver shot and a trawl tub run to the masthead. It was about noon when they came in, and after eating, 3:00 passed before they had finished dressing down. "Any of you boys run across a dory from the Night Hawk?" asked Nat as the men came inboard with their shower of fish. "Yes," said a youth. "I've found one of 'em, and he told me the Hawk's luck was Jonah'd this trip." "Where's the packet lyin'?" "About 12 miles southeast near the edge of the bank." Nat went to the wheel himself. "Up jib and foresail," he sung out, "and sway 'em flat. Mainsails and topsails after that. Raymond, overhaul the balloon, staysails and trysail. Maybe we'll drive her a little 'fore we're through." Burns found the Night Hawk in a patch of sea by herself, more or less deserted by the other schooners, because of the Jonah report that had gone abroad concerning her. Her dories were just coming in from the day's work partially loaded with fish. "Hello!" bawled Nat. "Is Billy Stetson aboard?" Billy was the skipper. "Yes. You want to see him?" "Yes. Send him along over. It's mighty important, but I ain't going aboard no Jonah boat. Tell him he'll be glad he came." Presently Stetson came, and the two retired into the cabin of the Nettie B. End of chapter 27. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 28 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 28. The Race. It was dawn of a heavy, dark day. There was a mighty sea rolling and a 40-mile wind off the Cape shore that promised a 3-day ruction. The Charming Lass at her anchor reared and plunged like a nervous horse. Weighty with fish, she struggled heroically up the great walls of water, only to plump her sharp bows into the hollow with a force that half buried her. Between times she wriggled and capered like a dancing elephant, and jerked at her cable until it seemed as though she would take her windlass out. In the midst of all this, Code Schofield struggled aft and began hauling forth the mainsail that at the first edge of the bank had been relegated in favor of the triangular riding sail. Pete Ellinwood saw him and in a great voice bawled down the hatchway to the forecastle. "Salt's wet, boys. The skipper's haulin' out the mainsail." At which there broke forth the most extravagant sounds of jubilation, and all hands tumbled up to help bend it on. The crew of the Lass did not know it, but Bijonah Tanner and the Rosan had actually been gone 12 hours, having stolen away from the fleet before dressing down the night before, when darkness had fallen. And so successfully had Jed Martin stolen Bijonah's thunder that he had left but 3 hours later, when the fish had been dressed. Schofield was honest with himself, and he waited until morning to see if the great stacks of fish would not settle enough to allow of another day's work to be crowded in. But when he saw that space above the fish was very small, he waited no longer. 4 men heaved on the windlass brakes, and the others got sail on her as fast as they could haul halyards. She started under jib, jumbo, fore, and mainsail, with the wind a little on her port quarter and every fiber of her yearning to go. When the sails were apparently flat as boards, Schofield made Ellinwood rig pulleys leading to the middle of the halyards so that the men could sway on them. She was fit as a racing yacht. Her load was perfectly distributed, and she trimmed to a hairbreadth. An hour later they snored down upon the Night Hawk, the last vessel at the edge of the fleet. "Better hurry," megaphoned Stetson, tickled with himself. "Burns cleared 6 hours ago for Freekirk Head with 1,000 quintal. He's got Boughton sewed up to buy 'em, too." "Bring her to," snarled Code, and the Lass, groaning and complaining at the brutality, whirled up into the wind enough to take her sticks out. "Burns is going home, you say? And with fish? Where'd he get 'em?" "From me. I sold him my whole load at a better price than I would have got if I had waited to fill the Hawk's belly and then gone home. Gave me cash and threw in a lot of bait, so I'll stay right out here and get another load. Pretty good for a Jonah, what? Ha ha!" the man roared exasperatingly. "Damnation!" rapped out Schofield. "Lively now! Topsails on her, and 2 of you stay aloft to shift tacks if we should need to come about." "Hey, you!" bawled Stetson as the Lass began to heel to the great sweep of the wind. "There's 2 ahead of him, Bijonah Tanner and Jed Martin. Better hurry if you're going to catch the market." "Hurry, is it?" growled Code to himself. "I'll hurry so some people won't know who it is." It was the first time that Code had had occasion to drive the Lass, for the Mignon fishermen heretofore had confined their labor to the shoals near home, or, at farthest, on the Nova Scotia coast. The present occasion was different. Between where he lay and the friendly sight of Swallowtail Light was more than 850 miles of wallowing, tumbling ocean. Treacherous shoals underran it, biting rocks pierced up in saw-toothed reefs, the bitterest gales of all the seas swept in leaden wastes. It was a cutthroat business, this mighty pull for the market, but upon it not only depended the practical consideration of the highest market prices, but the honor and glory of owning the fastest schooner out of Freekirk Head. The task of the Charming Lass was delightful in its simplicity, but fearful in its arduousness. Jimmy Thomas came aft and stood by the wheel on the port side. It took two men to handle her now, for the vast, dead weight in her hold flung her forward and sidewise, despite the muscular clutch on the wheel, and when she rolled down she came up sluggishly. "Isn't she a dog, though, Code?" exclaimed Jimmy in admiration. "Look at that now! Rose to it like a duck. See her now just a playin' with them waves? Just a playin'! Oh, she's a dog, skipper, a dog, I tell ye. Drive her! She loves it." "I'll drive her, Jimmy, don't you worry. Before I get through, some fellers I know'll wish they'd never heard of driving." He motioned Pete Ellinwood aft with a free hand. "Tell the boys," said Code, "that what sleepin' they do between here and home will be on their feet, for I want all hands ready to jump to orders. They can mug up all day and night, but let nobody get his boots off." "Aye, aye, sir," replied Pete involuntarily. This bright-eyed, firm-mouthed skipper was a different being from the cheerful, careless boy he had been familiar with for years. There was the ring of confidence and command in his voice that inspired respect. "Look out there! Jump for it!" The head of the Lass went down with a sickening swoop and the sound of thunder. A great gray and white wall boiled and raced over her bows. Ellinwood leaped for the weather rigging and the other two clutched the wheel as they stood waist deep in the surge that roared over the taffrail and to leeward. "Pass the life lines, Pete," ordered Code, and all hands passed stout ropes from rigging to house to rail, forward and astern, so that there might be something to leap for when the Lass was boarded by a Niagara. Ellinwood got out two stout lines and made one fast around Code's waist, leading it to the starboard bitt. The other fastened Jimmy to the port bitt, so that if they were washed overboard they might be hauled back to safety and life again. "Looks like she was blowin' up a little," remarked Pete later in the day, as the Lass rolled down to her sheer poles in a sudden rain squall. "Better take in them topsails, hadn't ye, skipper?" "Take in nothing!" snapped Code across the cabin table. "Any canvas that comes off this vessel between here and Freekirk Head blows off, unless we have passed all those schooners ahead of us. Haven't raised any of 'em, have you?" "Not yet, skipper, but we ought to by night," said Ellinwood, as though he felt he was personally to blame. "But let me tell you something, skipper. It's all right to carry sail, but if you get your sticks ripped out, you won't be able to get anywhere at all." "If my sticks go, let 'em go. I'll take my medicine. But I'll tell you this much, Pete, that nobody is going to beat me home while I've got a stick to carry canvas, unless they have a better packet than the Charming Lass, which I know well they haven't." "That's the spirit, skipper!" yelled Ellinwood, secretly pleased. There is no telling exactly what speed certain fishing schooners have made on their great drives from the Banks. Some men go so far as to claim that the old China tea clippers have lost their laurels both for daily runs and for passages up to 4,000 miles. One ambitious man hazards his opinion, and he is one who ought to know, that a fishing schooner has done her 18 knots or upward for numerous individual hours, for fishermen, even on record passages, fail to haul the logs sometimes for half a day at a time. Schofield, however, took occasion to have the log hauled for one especially squally mile, and the figures showed that the Lass had covered 15 knots in the hour, 17½ land miles. She was booming along now, seeming to leap from one great crest to the next, like a giant projectile driven by some irresistible force. She was canted at such an angle that her lee rail was invisible under the boiling white, and her deck planks seemed a part of the sea. The course was almost exactly southwest, and that first day the Lass roared down the Atlantic, passing the wide mouth of Cabot Strait that leads between Newfoundland and Nova Scotia into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. They passed one of the Quebec and Montreal liners, and took pleasure shooting the schooner under her flaring bows. The next morning at 7, 24 hours out, found them 350 miles on their course, but what was better than all, showed 3 sails ahead. Then did the crew of the Charming Lass rejoice, climbing into the spray-lashed rigging and yelling wildly against the tumult of the waters. Nor did the wind subside. It had gone to 45 miles an hour overnight, and in landlocked harbors the skippers of big steel passenger vessels shook their heads and refused to venture out into the gale. As well as could be judged, the Nettie B., Roseanne, and Herring Bone were nearly on even terms 20 miles ahead, all with every stitch set and flying like leaves before a wind. "Bend on balloon jib!" snapped Schofield when he had considered the task before him. Pete ran joyfully to execute the order, but some of the men hesitated. "Up with her!" roared Pete, and up she went, a great concave hollow of white like the half of a pear. The Lass's head went down, and now, instead of attempting to go over the waves, she went through them without argument. Tons of divided water crashed down upon her decks and roared off over the rails. The men at the wheel were never less than knee-deep. The sheets strained, the timbers creaked, and the sails roared, and back of all were the wind and the North Atlantic in hot pursuit. By noon it could be seen that the 3 vessels ahead were commencing to come back, but with terrible slowness. Code, lashed in the weather rigging, studied them for more than an hour through his glasses. Then he leaped to the deck. "Hell's bells! No wonder we can't catch 'em. Burns has got staysails set, and I think Tanner has, too. Couldn't see Martin. Set staysails, all hands!" Under the driving of Ellinwood the staysail was set, and from then on the Charming Lass sailed on her side. At every roll her sheer poles were buried, and it seemed an open question whether she would ever come up or not. It was at this time that Tip O'Neill, a daring young buck of Freekirk Head, performed the highly dangerous feat of walking from her main to her forerigging along the weather run, which fact shows there was foothold on her uppermost side for a man crazy enough to desire it. That Ellinwood and the daring Jimmy Thomas were thoroughly in accord with Schofield's preposterous sail carrying was a foregone conclusion. But others of the crew were not of the same mind. An hour more here or there seemed a small matter to them as compared to the chance of drowning and leaving a family unprotected and unprovided for. Schofield sensed this feeling immediately it had manifested itself, and he called his lieutenants to him. He wished to provide against interference. "How's the halyards aloft?" he commanded, and at this even those 2 daring souls stood aghast, for it meant that whatever the emergency no sail could be taken off the Charming Lass. With the end of the halyards aloft, no man could reach them in time to avert a catastrophe. "You're sure driving her, skipper!" roared Pete, in amazed admiration. "Up them halyards go! Oh, Lord, but she's a dog, and she'll stand it!" So up the halyards went, and with them went a warning that whoever jumped to loosen them would get a gaff hook in his breeches and be hauled down ignominiously. This time, when the log was hauled for the hour from 3 to 4 in the afternoon, it showed a total of 17 knots, or a fraction under 20 miles for the hour. and best of all, the 3 flying schooners had come back 5 miles. By 10 o'clock that night, Code judged they had come back 5 more, and knew that the next day would bring the test. They were not in over deep water here, for the coast of Nova Scotia is extended for miles out under the sea in excellent fishing shoals and banks. At Artimon Bank they switched their course to westward, so as to pass inside of Sable Island and around Cape Sable in the shoalest water possible. Down across Western they roared, and almost to Le Havre before midnight came. Now, it is one thing to sail like the Flying Dutchman with the sun up and one's eyes to use, but it is another to career through the night without taking in a stitch of canvas, trusting to luck and the Providence that watches over fishermen that the compass is good and that no blundering coasters will get in the way. When dawn broke wild and dirty, the Charming Lass was reeling through the water less than a quarter of a mile astern of the Roseanne and the Herringbone. Through the murk Code could see the Nettie B. 3 miles ahead. An hour, and she had drawn abreast of her 2 rivals. Another hour, and she had left them astern. Day had fully broken now, and Code, grinning over his shoulder at the defeated schooners, gave a cry of surprise. For no longer were there 2 only. Another, plunging through the mist, had come into view. Far back she was, but carrying a spread of canvas that gave indications enough of her speed. But Code spent little time looking back. He gripped the wheel, set his teeth, and urged the Lass forward after the Nettie with every faculty of his power. After that terrible night the crew had lost their fear and worked with enthusiasm. Some hands were always at the pumps, when they could be worked, for besides the brine from the fish gathering below, Code feared the vessel had spewed some oakum and was taking a little water forward. Now, too, the horrible stench of riled bilge water floated over all, compared to which an aged egg is a bouquet of roses. At 8 o'clock that morning they rounded Cape Sable at the tip of Nova Scotia and laid a course a trifle west of north for the final beat home. There was 100 miles to go, and Burns still held his 3-mile lead. By herself, and loaded only with ballast, the Nettie was a better sailor in a beating game, for she was older and heavier than the Charming Lass. But now she had but 1,000 quintal of fish compared to the 1,600 of her rival. This difference gave the Lass much needed stability without which she could never have hoped to win from the Burns schooner. The 2 were therefore about equally matched, and it was evident that the contest would resolve itself into one of sail carrying, seamanship, and nerve. "That other feller's comin' up fast," said Pete Ellinwood, and Code looked back to see the strange schooner looming larger and larger in his wake. He knew that no vessel in the Grande Mignon fleet could ever have caught the Lass the way he had been driving her. And yet she was not near enough for him to get a good view of her. "If she's a fisherman," said Code, "I'll pull the Lass out of water before she beats us in." It was killing work, the last beat home. "Hard a lee!" would come the command, and some men would go down into the smother of the lee rail and haul in or slack away sheets, while others at the mastheads would shift top and staysail tacks. Her head would swing, there would be a minute of thrashing and roaring of gear, and the gale would leap into her sails and bend her down on her side again. Then away she would go. The station of those on deck was a good 2-handed grip on the ring bolts under the weather rail, where, so great was the slope of the deck, they clung desperately for fear of sliding down and into the swirling torrent. Hour after hour the Nettie and the Lass fought it out, and hour after hour the gale increased. Hurricane warnings had been issued all along the coast, and not a vessel ventured out, but these staunch fishing vessels cared not a whit. It was evident, however, that something must give. Human ingenuity had not constructed a vessel that could stand such driving. Even Pete Ellinwood began to lose his heartiness as the Lass went down and stayed down longer with each vicious squall. "Shut up, Pete," said Code, when the mate started to speak. "No sails comes off but what blows off, and while there's all sail on the Nettie, I carry all sail if I heave her down for it. Watch him, he'll break. Burns is yellow." The words were a prophecy. He had hardly uttered them when down came the great balloon jib of the Nettie B. At once the Lass began to gain in great leaps and bounds. They were 50 miles from home, and 2 miles only separated them. But fortune had not finished with Code. Half an hour later there came a great sound of tearing, like the volley of small arms, and the Lass's balloon jib ripped loose and soared to heaven like some gigantic wounded bird. "Let it go, curse it!" growled Code. "Anyway, I didn't take it down." The loss of her big jib was the only thing that saved the Lass from being hove down completely, for 2 hours later the gale had reached its height, and she was laboring like a drunken man under her staysail, topsail, and 4 lowers. 20 miles from home and the 2 schooners were abreast, tacking together on the long leeward reaches and the short windward ones, as they made across the Bay of Fundy. "Look at her coming like a racehorse!" cried Ellinwood again, and this time Code recognized the vessel that was pursuing them. It was the mystery schooner, and in all his life at sea Code had never seen a ship fly as that one was flying then. "Wonder what she's up to now?" he asked vaguely. But he gave no further thought to the matter, for the Nettie B. claimed all his attention. Suddenly, from between the masts of the Burns schooner, a great flutter of white appeared as though some one had hung a huge sheet from her stay. "Ha! I told you he was yellow!" shouted Code in glee. "Somebody's cut away one edge of the staysail. Now we've got him." And they had, for within a quarter of an hour they left the Nettie B. astern, finally defeated, Nat Burns's last act of treachery gone for nothing. But the mystery schooner would not be denied. Though the Lass made her 17 knots, the wonderful Mallaby schooner did her 20, with everything spread in that gale, and when the white lighthouse of Swallowtail Point was in plain sight through the murk, she swept by like a magnificent racer and beat the Charming Lass to moorings by 20 minutes. Half an hour behind Schofield came the Burns boat, but in that time Code Schofield had already hurried ashore in his dory and clinched his sale price with Bill Boughton, who also assured him of the bonus offered for the first vessel in. Like Code, the first thing Nat did, when his schooner had come up into the wind with jib and foresail on the run, was to take a dory ashore. In it, besides himself, was a man. These 2 encountered Code just as he came out of Boughton's store. The second, who was tall and broad-shouldered, threw back his coat and displayed a government shield. Then he laid his hand on Code's arm. "Captain Schofield," he said, "you are under arrest." End of chapter 28. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 29 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 29. A Fatal Letter. For the last of many days the lighthouse keeper had watched from his eyrie for the coming of the fleet, and had not been disappointed. His horse and buggy stood by the tower doorstep, and into it he leaped, whipping up the horse with the same motion. Then down the road he had flown like Paul Revere rousing the villagers, and followed by an excited, half-hysterical procession of women and children. So thick had been the murk and scud that he had only caught sight of the approaching leader while she was a bare 2 miles off the point. And even when Nat had landed, the crowd was momentarily being augmented from all the houses along the King's Road and as far south as Castalia. When the officer of the law laid his hand on Code's arm and spoke the words that meant imprisonment and disgrace in the very heart of the village festival, a groan went up that caused the officer to look sharply about him. Despite the work Nat had done on his brief stop at the Head, Code was the hero of the day, for he had come in with the first cargo of fish and had won the distinction of being the first to effect the salvation of the island. "Oh, let him go," said a voice. "He ain't going to run away." Nat, standing behind his captive, turned sharply upon the offender. "No, you bet he ain't," he snapped. "He's been doing that too long already. He's got something to answer for this time." Into the harbor at that moment swept the Tanners' Rosan, and abreast of her the steamer from St. John's. 5 minutes behind came Jed Martin's Herring Bone, and the first of the fleet was safely in. As the discontented and muttering mob followed Code toward the little jail back of the Odd Fellows' Hall, none noticed that the lovely schooner that had led the procession in was stealing quietly out again into the thick of the gale. And those who did notice it thought nothing of it in the excitement of the moment, probably judging her to be some coaster who had run in to look for a leak. She had been tied up just 10 minutes at the Mallaby Wharf. As the sorry procession passed the Schofield cottage, Code's mother ran out sobbing and threw herself upon him. She had not seen her son before, although orphan Josie had told her the lass was in, for Code had been closeted with Boughton, and now her first glimpse of him was as an accused criminal. But regardless of watching eyes and public opinion, she walked all the way to the jail with him and went inside, and the two were absolutely oblivious to their surroundings, so overjoyed were they to see each other and so intimate was their companionship. Along the edge of the crowd great Pete Ellinwood slouched, looking with dimmed eyes at mother and son. "Ain't she the mother, though?" he said to himself. "Just like a girl, she is. Not a day past 30 by her looks." The jailer, who was regularly employed as janitor of the Free Baptist Church, opened the little house for his unexpected guest. It consisted of a room, fitted for sleeping, and a cell. These were not connected, but were side by side, facing the passage that ran through from front to back of the building. Code was taken to the cell, and only his mother and Pete stayed with him to talk over the situation. It was determined to have Squire Hardy come over in the evening, as it was now 5 o'clock, and give his opinion on the legal situation. Ma Schofield went home and prepared her boy's supper herself, and brought it with her own hands for him to eat. Code was in the best of spirits at his success of the afternoon, and had no fear whatever as to the outcome of his present situation. Pete had gone away for an hour, and Ma Schofield had taken the dishes back home, when the detective came in, saying that a little girl who called herself Josie had come with a message. Code asked to see her, and the great-eyed, dark little thing wept bitterly over him, for to her 14 years he represented all the heroes of romance. Even as she passed him the message, she knew that she could never love again and that she would shortly die of a broken heart. Code kissed her, promptly forgot her presence, and opened the note. It was from Elsa. "Will be down to see you tonight at 8. Have sent a note to Nat in your name, telling him to be there too. I think we have him on the hip, so be sure and have the squire and the officer present." Code wondered vaguely how they had Nat on the hip, as he had been unable to find a single iota of proof to push home the case he and Elsa had built up against him. The note brought him stark awake and eager for the conference. He had begun to drowse after a good home dinner and 60 hours without sleep, but this acted like an electric shock. He was keen and alert, for he knew that this was the night of his destiny. Either he should triumph as he had in the grueling race, or he should have to face the ignominy of transfer and legal proceedings at St. Andrew's. At 7:30, Squire Hardy, his round, red face fringed by snowy whiskers, came in. He dragged a chair into the passageway in front of the bar and was beginning a long and laborious law opinion when the detective, who had been to Mis' Shannon's boarding house for dinner, returned. The two began to fight the matter out between them when, at 7:45, Nat came in, dressed in his best clothes and smoking a land cigar. "Well, what do you want of me, Schofield?" he asked. "You sent for me, but you needn't try to beg off. I won't listen to it. Now go ahead." On the instant a feminine voice was heard outside, and a moment later Elsa Mallaby stepped into the little 4-foot passage. "Oh, how many there are here!" she said in a surprised voice. "Perhaps, Code, I had better wait until later." "Hey, Roscoe!" sung out Code, hardly able to control his desire to grin. "Bring Mrs. Mallaby a chair." Roscoe obeyed and added 2 more, so that all were placed within a small compass just outside Code's cell. From Elsa Mallaby's first entrance, Nat had observed her with a certain flicker of fear and hatred in his eyes. She, on the other hand, greeted him with the same formal cordiality she had used toward the others. Though utterly incongruous in such surroundings, she seemed absolutely at her ease and instantly assumed command of the situation. "Excuse me," said Nat, who had not sat down and shifted from one foot to the other, "but Schofield sent for me, and I would like to find out what he wants. I've got to go along." "Schofield didn't send for you. I sent for you. There are several things about this imprisonment of Code that don't look right to me, and we may as well settle the whole business once and for all while we are here together. Now, Mr. Durkee," she said, turning to the detective, "would you mind telling me what the charge is against Captain Schofield?" "To tell you the truth, ma'am," said he respectfully, "there are 2 charges out against him. One by the insurance company sues for recovery of money paid on the schooner May Schofield, and charges that the said schooner was sunk intentionally, first because Schofield wanted a newer boat, and second because the policy of the May was to expire in a few days and could not have been renewed except at a much advanced rate." "And the other charge?" "Is for murder in the first degree, growing out of the intentional sinking of the schooner. Captain Burns is the complainant."
"Thank you."
She flashed one of her radiant smiles at him and made him a friend for life.
"That was a great race today,"
she remarked irrelevantly, but with enthusiasm.
"How much did you beat the Nettie B., Code?"
"A half an hour," he replied, mystified at the turn of the conversation.
"Well, that is a coincidence."
She looked from one to the other.
"It's exactly the same amount of time he beat you 7 months ago, when he raced the old May against the M.C. Burns, isn't it?"
Her glance shot to Nat. "Why, I believe it is, Mrs. Mallaby," he stammered. The quick transition to that painful and dangerous period had caught him off his guard.
"That was a great race, too," she said cheerfully. "And it's too bad you never sailed the second one, especially after you wanted to bet so much. You thought you would win the second race, didn't you, Nat?"
She was sweetness itself. "Why, yes, I thought so," he admitted guardedly. "But I don't see what all this has got to do—"
"Well, it hasn't very much," she said deprecatingly. "But I was just interested. What made you so sure you would win that second race that you tried to bet?"
"Oh, I don't know," he answered easily. "I just had confidence."
"In what, Nat Burns? Your schooner had easily been beaten the first time, and she was notoriously slower than the May. Every one on the island knows that you can't sail a vessel like Code Schofield can, and that you are afraid to carry sail. Today proved it. Anybody with half an eye could see that that staysail was cut with a knife and didn't blow off. All these things being so, what made you so sure that you would win that second race 7 months ago?"
Nat looked at her steadily. His nervousness had gone, apparently, and he was his old crafty self once more. "That is none of your business, Mrs. Mallaby," he said insolently. "And now, if you'll let me pass, I'll keep an engagement."
"Mr. Durkee," she said, "please keep Mr. Burns here until we have entirely finished."
"Yes, ma'am, I will," said the hypnotized man, and Nat, after a glare around upon the unsympathetic audience, slumped down into a chair and smoked sullenly.
"Steady as she goes, my friend," broke in Squire Hardy, looking at Nat. "Answer the lady's question. What made you think you would win?"
"I refuse to answer."
"He really doesn't need to answer," said Elsa. "I will answer for him. Code, kindly let me have the log of the M.C. Burns."
Schofield drew the old book from his pocket and handed it through the bars. Then Elsa, opening it to the last pages, read aloud the few entries that Code had discovered that day when he was a prisoner aboard the Nettie B. As she read, the silence was intense, but all eyes were upon Nat, who, startled at the sudden appearance of this document he had so long forgotten, chewed savagely upon his dead cigar. His face had grown pale, and his rough hands were clasped tightly together.
"You see," said Elsa, when she had finished, "that Burns had determined upon the winning of his next race. It is perfectly clear, is it not?"
The breathless circle nodded. It was a strange setting for the working out of the drama. Overhead a suspended oil lamp flamed and smelled. Outside, the crash of surf against the rocks came to them, and the wind whistled about the eaves of the little stone building.
"Now the mirror," she said to Code, and, still wondering, he handed the trinket to her. "Tell about this," she directed him with a smile and a long look from her deep dark eyes. And Code told them. He told of the time his father first gave it to him, of his experiments in astronomy, and of Nat's coveting the mirror. He told of that night after the first race when he had looked for the log book of the May and had seen the mirror in its drawer. He told of its final discovery in the secret box of the storeroom on the Nettie. As he talked, the memory of the wrongs against him flamed in his breast, and he directed his story at Nat, who sat silent and immovable in the corner. "If I found this aboard the Nettie, it proves that he must have come and got it," he cried. "He boarded the old May, but it was not for this that he came." "What then?" asked Hardy. "To damage the schooner so that she would break down under the strain of the next race," flared Code, facing Nat dramatically. Burns only clenched his jaws tighter on his cigar. "You don't believe this, perhaps, Squire, but listen and I'll tell you how the old May sank." And once again he described the crashing calamity aboard the overloaded boat as she struggled home to Freekirk Head with the last of her strength. "You, Squire, you've sailed your boats in your time. You know that never could have happened even to the old May unless something had been done. And something was done. Burns had weakened the topm'st and the mainstay." All eyes were fixed on Nat, but he did not move. He was very pale now, but apparently self-possessed. Suddenly, with a hand that appeared firm, he removed the cigar from his mouth and cast it on the floor. "That," he said with deadly coolness, "is a blasted fine plot that you have all worked out together, but every word of it is a lie, for the whole thing is without a single foundation in fact. Prove it." "I'll give you a last chance, Burns," said Elsa, in a level voice that contained all the concentrated hatred that Code had detected in her before. "Dismiss these charges against Code." "Never!" The word was catapulted from him as though by a muscular convulsion. "He murdered my father, and he shall pay for it." Without a word, Elsa rose from her chair and walked back into the adjoining room. A moment later she reappeared, leading a beautiful girl who was perhaps 20 years old. The effect was electric. The people in the little group seemed frozen into the attitudes they had last assumed. Only in Nat Burns was there a change. He seemed to have shrunk back into his clothes until he was but a little, wizened man. His face was ghastly and clammy perspiration glittered on his forehead in the lamplight. "Caroline!" he cried in a hoarse voice that did not rise above a whisper. "Yes, Caroline," said Elsa, her black eyes flashing fire. "You had forgotten her, hadn't you? You had forgotten the girl who loved you, that you drove away from the island. You had forgotten the girl that gave you everything and got nothing. But that has come back upon you now, and these people are here to see it. Even your father, in his logbook, mentioned when my sister left Grande Mignon, apparently to work in the factory at Lubec. As though my sister should ever work in a factory." "So this explains why she went that time," said Squire Hardy gently. "We all wondered at it, Elsa. We all wondered at it." "And well you might. But he is the cause. And he wouldn't marry her. I have waited for this chance of revenge, and now he shall pay." Caroline Fuller, who was even more beautiful than her sister, looked at Nat in a kind of daze. Suddenly there was a spasmodic working of her features. "Oh, that I could ever have loved him," she said in a faint voice. "Here, Elsa, read it to them all." From under her cloak she drew a crumpled envelope which she passed to her sister. With a snarl like that of a wild animal, Nat leaped from his chair toward the girl, but Durkee struck him violently and he reeled back into it. "You swore you burned them all," muttered Nat. "You swore it! You swore it!" "Yes, and she did, the innocent child. All but this one that she had mislaid in a book you once sent her," cried Elsa. "But I found it, Burns. Where do you think I've been all this while? At St. John's, where she lives with my aunt. And do you think there was no reason for that letter being saved? God takes care of things like this, and now you've got to pay, Nat Burns." "I knew there would come a time. I knew there would." She was still standing, and she drew the letter out of the envelope. "Look, squire, Code, any of you who know. Is this Nat's writing?" "Yes," they all declared as the letter passed from hand to hand. "Read it," said the squire, forcing Caroline Fuller to sit down in his chair. "I'll spare him hearing the first of it," said Elsa. "It is what men write to women they love, or feign to love, and it belongs to my sister. But here," she turned the first sheet inside out, "listen to this." Involuntarily they all leaned forward, all except Durkee, who went over and stood beside Nat. The latter gave no sign except a dry rattling sound in his throat as he swallowed involuntarily. "I've got him, Caroline, I've got him," she read. "He'll beat me again, will he? Well, not if I know it. Everybody in the Head seems tickled to death that he won, but you know how little that means to me. It is simply another reason why I should beat him the next time. Dearest little girl, it's the easiest thing in the world. I've just come back from going over the May. It's midnight, and the thing looks good. You know Schofield is a great hand to carry sail. Well, when you hear about the race, maybe you'll hear that his foretopmast came down in a squall. If you don't, I'll be much surprised, for I've attended to it myself, and I don't think it will take much of a squall. Maybe you'll hear, too, that his mainstay snapped and his sticks went into the water, all because he carried too much sail. I shouldn't be surprised. I've attended to that, too. So I guess with his foretopmast cracked off and his mainstay snapped, the old M.C. ought to romp home an easy victor, if she is an old ice wagon. I tried to get Schofield to bet, but he's so tight with his cash he wouldn't shake down a 5-cent piece. Good thing for him, though he doesn't know it. Nothing would do me more good than to get his roll, the virtuous old deacon." She stopped reading as a rumble of mirth went around the circle. Code in the role of a virtuous deacon was a novelty. Even the hard lines of Elsa's face relaxed and she smiled, albeit a trifle grimly. "That's all," she said, folding up the letter and putting it back into the envelope. "The rest is personal and not ours. Now, Mr. Durkee, if you still care to consider Captain Schofield as the defendant in those 2 suits, I want your arguments." "I don't, Mrs. Mallaby," said the detective, and called the Freekirk Head jailer. But I know who is going to take Schofield's place." He glared at Nat Burns, who cowered silent and miserable in his corner. Despite his sailing as Nat's guest, he had never brought himself to like the man, and now he was glad to be well rid of him. Code stepped out a free man, and his first action was to take both of Elsa's hands and try to thank her. Her eyes dropped and she blushed. When he had stammered through his speech, he turned to Caroline Fuller and repeated it. But the sad smile she gave him tore at his heart. "I came because Elsa asked me to save a friend," she said. "Not because I wished to revenge myself on Nat. I am glad it was you, for I would do anything on earth for Elsa." Code turned mystified eyes upon Mrs. Mallaby. "I thought you did this to revenge yourself on Nat," he half whispered. "I did, partly," she replied. She lifted her eyes to his, and he saw something in them that startled him, something that in all his association with her he had never seen before. He stood silent, amazed, overwhelmed, while she turned her face away. End of chapter 29. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 30 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 30. Elsa's Triumph. Code Schofield's appearance at his schooner the next morning to help the crew unload was the signal for a veritable native son demonstration. Not only had the story of Code's sudden liberation, and Nat's as sudden imprisonment, spread like wildfire clear to Southern Head Light, 20 miles away, but the tale was hailed with joy. For Nat had come into his own in the hatred of his townfolk. Among the fleet he was heartily unpopular because he had not fished all season and then had tried to catch the first market with a purchased cargo, merely to revenge himself on Code and the Tanners. Throughout, his conduct had been utterly selfish, whereas others had worked for the island and for its salvation. With the landing of the 2 schooners from the fleet, the women folk were soon apprised of Nat's action, and had it not been for Elsa's sensational disclosures in the little jail that made him the sudden occupant of a cell, there is no question but that the women of Marblehead would have been equaled by the women of Freekirk Head, and Skipper Ireson would not have ridden down history alone in tarry glory. But now, since Code was free, the whole town exulted, and there was a steady procession to the jail to look in upon the first real criminal the village had mustered in years. Code, after checking the scale tally all morning, as his stalwart men swung the baskets of salted fish out of the hold, went along the road to Squire Hardy's house after dinner and interviewed that worthy man. "You've got him where you want him," said the squire, "but you can't get much except damages." "I don't want even damages," said Code. "I want him to take all his things and go away from here and never come back. Since he didn't do any real damage to anybody, I don't care what becomes of him so long as he leaves here." "Well, all you must do is to withdraw your charges against him. They were put in your name so that Mrs. Mallaby's would not have to appear." "But even if I do, won't the state take it up? You know, a murder case—" "Yes, my boy, but this is no murder case now. On the face of it, Nat did not set out to murder his father. He did not set out really to sink your schooner, merely to disable it.
The proof is indisputable and self-evident by his own confession and letter. Well, now, in a private racing agreement between gentlemen, if both vessels are registered and rated seaworthy, nothing that happens to one can be laid to the other, unless, as in the present case, one deliberately damages the other. The principal punishment is a moral one administered by the former friends of the dishonest man, but the victim can collect money damages. Naturally, the insurance company will change its charge so as to accuse Nat instead of you. They have a proven case against him already, and he will have to pay them nearly all they gave you, so that, in the end, he really pays you for the damage he did that day. Then, I understand, he is going to pay an amount to the family of each man who lost his life in the May, on condition that they will never sue him." "Whew!" whistled Code. "When he gets through he won't have much money left, I guess." "No, I guess he won't," agreed the judge. "And it serves him right. He'll probably have to sell his schooner and start life over again somewhere else. I hope he starts honestly this time. Then you won't take any action against him, Code?" "Me? Oh, no," said Schofield. "I've nothing against him now. Let him go. But I'll tell you one thing, Squire, he had better be smuggled away tonight, quietly, because, if the crowd gets hold of him, it might not be good for his health." The squire agreed, and Code went back to his work. Late that afternoon Pete Ellinwood swung the last basket of the catch to the scales, and Code completed his tally. 1,670 quintal, he announced, and 43 pounds. At 100 pounds a quintal, that makes 167,078 pounds, and at 3 cents a pound totals to $5,012.34. Not bad for a 2 months' cruise. But my soul and body, Bill Boughton, how the fish did run! "It's a good catch, Code, and fine fish," answered Boughton, who had been writing. "How will you have the money? In a lump or individual checks?" "Separate checks." Boughton went back to his glass-surrounded desk to write them. Code, being the sole owner of the Charming Lass, took $2,000 as his share, and the rest was divided almost equally among the other 9 men, a trifle extra going to Pete Ellinwood for his services as mate. "It was a toppin' haul," declared Pete jovially, slapping his well-filled pocket after a visit to the bank. "And the rest of them poor devils won't get over 2½ a pound, some of 'em only 2, when there's lots of fish. Half a cent a pound is a pretty good bonus." Code had dinner with his mother that night, and appeared for it carefully dressed. What was his surprise to see his mother in her one silk dress. "I'm going up to Mallaby House," he said in answer to her inquiring look. "But you? What's all this gaiety, Mother?" "I am going to hear an account of how you behaved yourself on your voyage, Code," she said, attempting severity. "By an eye-witness?" Visions of Ellinwood, painfully arrayed, danced in his head. "Yes." "Oh. Well, I won't be home until late then, because it's a long story." "You rascal," said his mother, and kissed him. On the way to Mallaby House, it was up the old familiar path that he had raced down so recklessly the night of the great fire, he thought over the thing that his eyes had seen for an instant the night before in the jail. Elsa loved him, he knew now,
and she had always loved him. He cursed himself for a stupid fool in that it had taken him so long to find out, but he was relieved to know at last upon what footing to meet her. She was no longer a baffling and alluring creature of 100 chameleon moods. She was a lonely girl. Martin, who had been his body servant while aboard the mystery schooner, opened the door and bowed with decided pleasure at seeing his temporary master. He ventured congratulations that Schofield was free of the law's shadow. "Mrs. Mallaby is upstairs, sir," he said, taking Code's hat. "Just step into the drawing room, sir, and I'll call her." It was a sample of Elsa's taste that she illuminated all her rooms with the soft flame of candles or the mellow light of lamps. The mahogany furniture, much of it very old and historic among the island families, gleamed in the warm lights. There were built-in shelves of books against one wall, splendid engravings, etchings, and a few colored prints of the daughters of Louis XV. Presently Elsa came down the broad staircase. Her hair was parted simply in the middle and done into 2 wheels, one over each pink ear. Her dress was a plain one of China silk with a square Dutch neck. It fitted her splendid figure beautifully. Never had she appeared to Code so fresh and simple. The great lady was gone, the keen advocate had disappeared, the austere arbiter of Freekirk Head's destinies was no more. She seemed a girl. He arose and took her hand awkwardly. "I am glad you came so soon," she said. "But aren't you neglecting other people? I'm sure there must be friends who would like to see you." "Perhaps so, but this time they must wait until I have paid my respects to you. As far as actions go, you are the only friend I have." "You are getting quite adept at turning a phrase," she said, smiling. "Not as adept as you in turning heaven and earth to liberate an innocent man." "I have no answer to that," she replied. "But seriously, Code, I hope you didn't come up to thank me again tonight. Please don't. It embarrasses me. We know each other well enough, I think, to do little things without the endless social prating that should accompany them." "You've been a dear," he cried, and took one of her hands in his. She did not move. "Elsa, I want you for my wife." "What can I say?" she began in a low voice. "You are noble and good, Code, and I know what has actuated you to say this to me. Some women would be resentful at your offer, but I am not. A week ago, even yesterday, I should have accepted it gladly and humbly, but today, no. Since last night I have thought, and somehow things have come clearer to me. I have tried to do too much. I have always loved you, Code, but I can see now that you were not meant for me. I tried to win you because of that love, not considering you or others, only myself. And I defeated my own end. I overshot the mark." "I don't understand," said Code. "Perhaps not, but I will tell you. In the first place, I deliberately managed so that Nat Burns and Nellie could never be married. I know now that they have separated for good. I hated Burns for her part in my sister's life, and I resolved to wreck his happiness if his engagement to Nellie was happiness. So now she is free, and you can have her, I think, for the asking." "But," cried Schofield in protest, "I have never said—" "You did not need to say that you loved someone," she told him, with a faint smile. "That night at dinner on the schooner with me proved it. I have talked to your mother since I came home, and she told me what Nat's engagement meant to you, so that I know Nellie is the girl you have always loved. Isn't it so?" "Yes," he replied gently. "Now is it plain to you how I have undone my own plans? Two things I desired more than anything else on earth: you and Burns's ruin. I ruined Burns and paved the way for the loss of you, for, unscrupulous as I am in some things, I could never marry you, when Nellie was free and you loved her. I have wanted happiness so hard, Code, that when I see others who have it within their grasp, I cannot stand in their way. But I don't mind now. I really don't. That was all in the past, and it's over now. If you want to make me happy, be happy yourself. I see there are forces that guide our lives that must have their will, whatever our own private plans may be, and having learned that lesson, I feel that perhaps now I shall be happier, somehow, than I ever would have been if my own selfishness had triumphed." Code lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it. "What a splendid woman you are! I know that happiness and joy will come to you. One who has done what you have done cannot fail to realize it. This hour will always be a very sweet one in my memory, and I shall never forget it." "Nor I," she said softly. "For through you I have begun to find myself." End of chapter 30. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 31 of The Harbor of Doubt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams. Chapter 31. Peace and Prosperity. The village of Freekirk Head prospered once Code Schofield, Bijonah Tanner, and Jed Martin had started the ball rolling. Inside a week another large consignment of fish arrived. Boughton was ready for it, and for all that could come, he said, in the next 2 months. This was music to the ears of Code Schofield and the crack crew of the Charming Lass, and 9 days after they had picked up their mooring in the little crescent harbor they were off again, salt and bait laden, for the Banks, expecting to do a little haddocking if they failed to load down with cod before they disappeared in October. 7 schooners sailed with him that day, and at the end of 9 weeks the Lass weighed anchor and charged home with the first halibut that had come into Freekirk Head in years. On this trip, when he was left in peace, Code displayed all the remarkable nose for fish that his father had had before him. And when he had weighed out the last of his halibut, Bill Boughton led him into the little office of the fish stand and offered him a quarter interest in the business. Thereafter Code was to make only such trips as he could spare time for, and Pete was to have charge of the Lass on other occasions. He had proved himself worth his salt in the eyes of the whole village, and Boughton needed some one to do the heavy work, while he collected most of the profits. This business future, and $3,000 in the bank, led Code one day to send to St. John's for an architect, and to haggle with Al Green concerning the cost of a piece of land overlooking the blue bay. The very night that Code and Elsa had their last talk, Nat Burns was smuggled aboard a motor sloop lying in Whale Cove and taken over to Eastport, where he was turned loose in the United States. Half of the value of the Nettie was eaten up by his debts and damage settlements, and so, the better to clear the whole matter up, he sold her at auction inside a week, and departed with the remnants of his cash to parts unknown. Since that time, not a word or trace of him has been heard in Freekirk Head, except once. That was when the St. John's paper printed a photograph of an automobile that made a trip across the Hudson Bay country. Beside the machine stood a man in furs, who was claimed by all who saw the picture to be Nat Burns. Was he running a trap line in the wilds with the Indians? Or was he a passenger in the car, under an assumed name? Elsa Mallaby did not even wait for the departure of the Charming Lass on her second voyage before she acted on a determination that had come to her. She shut up Mallaby House entirely, and with Caroline as her companion, started on a trip around the world, promising to be back in 3 years. But she did not go on the mystery schooner, nor did anybody ever see or hear of it again. It soon developed that the government officials were hard after the boat that had impersonated a gunboat, and would make it very hot both for owners and crew. Elsa knew this the day she made her final triumphant dash into Freekirk Head, and that was the reason that the ship only stayed 10 minutes. So quietly and skillfully was the whole thing managed that in the excitement of Code's arrest every one thought Elsa and her sister had come on the evening boat from St. John's. Not 3 men on the island would have connected her with this strange craft, and 2 of those weren't sure enough of anything to speak above a whisper. The third was Code Schofield. Captain Foraker took the mystery schooner outside the harbor, pointed her nose straight south by the compass, and held her there for a matter of 10 days. At the end of that time he was in danger of pushing Haiti off the map, so he went to Port-au-Prince and sold the schooner at a bargain to the government, which at that time happened to need a first-class battleship. Then Captain Foraker and the crew divided the money, by Elsa's orders, and returned to the States. It was only after the return from his second cruise that Code paid attention to Nellie Tanner. Something in him that respected her trouble and Elsa's confession at the same time had kept his lips sealed during that short stay at home. But one Sunday after the second trip they climbed to the crest of the mountain back of the closed Mallaby House, and Code told her what had been in his heart all these years. For a while she said nothing. The sun was setting over the distant Maine coast, and the clouds all round the horizon were wonderful masses of short-lived rainbow texture. The sea was the pink and greenish blue of floating oil. "You get me a trifle shop-worn," she said at last, laughing uncertainly. "Then I get you?" He had turned toward her with a flash of boyish eagerness. One look at her radiant face and shining eyes found the answer. "Shop-worn?" he said after a while. "Well, so am I, a trifle, but not in the way you mean. If having the down knocked off one, and seeing things truer and better for it, is being shop-worn, then thank God for the wearing. It has been a roundabout way for us, little girl, but at last our paths have met, and from now on, God willing, they shall go together. Come, I want to show you something." They walked through the woods until they found the place where the surveyors had laid out the foundation plan for the little house. There they found an interested couple gravely discussing a nearby excavation with the aid of a blueprint. Presently the couple turned around, and the lovers clutched each other in amazement. "Bless me!" gasped Code. "If it isn't Ma and Pete Ellinwood!" The end. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roger Moline. End of The Harbor of Doubt by Frank Williams.